All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dave Cronin, City Engineer, and I'm here with Ginny O'Brien in our Municipal Services and Operations Department. And tonight we will work alongside Vice Chair Carol Bowen to facilitate the meeting proceedings. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast live on the city's YouTube channel and public access cable channel 25. During the meeting, when you are not participating, please mute yourself by clicking on the microphone icon found on the lower left-hand side of the Zoom menu next to the video icon. When you are muted, a red line will appear over the icon. Muting your microphone during the meeting will make it easier for everyone to hear. You'll just have to remember to unmute if and when you want to speak. In some cases, we may mute or unmute people as needed to minimize distractions during the meeting. Please remember to state your name and title for the benefit of those listening remotely. You can turn your video on and off by clicking on the video icon on the menu. For the purposes of this public meeting, please keep your video on when you are participating in the meeting. When you're not participating, it is okay to turn your video off. Just remember to turn your video back on when you are participating. If you're participating by phone, you can click *6 to unmute your phone. For those using Zoom somewhere on your screen, you will see a choice to toggle between speaker and gallery view. Speaker view shows the active speaker. Gallery view tiles all the meeting participants. Individuals who registered in advance to provide public comments remotely will be called upon by name. When you are called on, please unmute your listening device and state your name before speaking. The chair will then call for in-person public comment for those who are physically present. Staff will direct them to the podium to speak while following social distancing and safety protocols. All motions will need to be stated clearly. After a motion is made and seconded, staff will call on each member individually to provide their vote. Staff will then need to announce whether the motion carried and the count of the vote. And with that, we'll go ahead and start by doing a roll call. Jenny will do roll call, and then we'll turn the meeting over to Vice Chair Carol Bowen.
Right. Thank you, David. Roll call. Steve Evans. Damon Baltuska.
I'm here.
Carol Bowen.
Here.
Nick Kuzmiak.
Here.
Aaron Payton. Court Buffington.
Here.
Okay. Charlie Bryan.
Here.
Gregory Critchlow. And David Cronin's here. Right. Thank you.
All right. Vice Chair Bowen, you want to start us off?
Thank you. Before we start talking about the sustainability, I'd like to welcome and introduce Damon Baltuska. Did I pronounce your name correctly, Damon?
Yeah, it's pronounced Baltuska.
Baltuska.
Yeah.
Can you tell us why you're interested in joining us?
Certainly. Yeah. So hi everyone. I am in Lawrence. I've been here since 2011 when I attended KU for the School of Architecture. Luckily, been here ever since. So I love living in Lawrence. So I found work initially after graduating at a small residential design build firm in East Lawrence, and I was there for 3 years. And now I work for Gould Evans, and I've been here just over 4 years now. And so I was always sort of a fair weather bike commuter, especially, to classes during school. But then, starting in 2019, I made more of a concerted effort to, bike, use the bike over the car as much as I possibly could. So I've been commuting by bike solely since then. So I think, my passion and concern for bike and walk infrastructure has kind of been, snowballing since then. So I think that's how I find myself here today. And I'm excited to be here.
Carol, I believe you're muted.
I always get this wrong. I'd like to introduce Jasmine Moore, our sustainability coordinator, and she's going to take us through a study session today.
Thank you, Carol. Again, my name is Jasmine Moore. I'm the Director of Sustainability for the City of Lawrence and Douglas County. And today I am here to talk to you about the Climate Action Plan that is just kicking off the process of public engagement. And I'll be talking about ways to get involved throughout the process. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay. So I want to start off by saying that this is a climate action plan that has been years in the making. This is something that there was a climate protection plan about a decade ago that was adopted by the City of Lawrence that really provided the framework for climate action in our community. And in late 2019, Douglas County and the City of Lawrence adopted Plan 2040, which is a comprehensive plan for our community, which lays out a vision for our future. Now, there are two things specifically in that plan that really call out the need for a climate action plan. And I'm going to read those two quotes so you can see the direct connection here. So there's one section in Chapter 2, Action 6.1 that says, adopt a climate change adaptation and mitigation plan, incorporating potential climate change scenarios and identifying specific actions to reduce greenhouse gases, risk, and exposure to hazards. And then the next section is in Chapter 2, Goal 3, which is to manage air quality in the community, to limit outdoor air pollution, excessive greenhouse gases, and indoor air pollution. So as you can see, those are two things that will directly tie to our climate action plan. And so there is a direct tie for this plan to Plan 2040. So as I mentioned, we're not starting by scratch from any means, and we're also not in this alone. This plan is intended to build on and connect to existing plans like 2040 and the food system plan. And it's also designed to dovetail into other actions related to this, specifically the Douglas County open space planning effort, which will also be kicking off soon. So Douglas County and the City of Lawrence are really leaders in this space when it comes to climate action. And I'm not specifically limiting that to our local government entities. We know that there are folks in our community that have been working on this topic for years, and there are new people to this space that are very passionate about this work. That reputation carries beyond our borders, and because of that, we were invited to join the Kansas City metro area, which is a 9-county region, in the development of a regional climate action plan. Now, that regional climate action plan provides some high-level guidance for reducing greenhouse gases and emissions and adaptation strategies. This climate action plan that we're talking about today is designed to develop a locally specific climate action plan. And we'll get into why it's important to distinguish from a regional plan to a locally specific plan as we get into the presentation. Our climate action plan will focus on 3 components, which are represented here by these icons. The first is to reduce our environmental impact on the planet, specifically greenhouse gases. The second is to look at extreme weather events and look at our ability to cope with or avoid the harmful impacts of these extreme weather events in our area, and to reduce the risk and vulnerability. And the third is to develop a plan in partnership with community. This is a plan that we hope will be embraced not only just by Douglas County and the City of Lawrence local governments, but by the community as a whole, so that we can have shared accountability within our community and really use this as a blueprint to move forward for both our governments, as well as individuals, as well as businesses, nonprofits, other organizations. So the development of our climate action plan is developed with an equity framework. So we are taking this equity framework and applying it from the design of the process all the way through to the development of specific actions and strategies, because we know that the consequences of climate change are going to impact us all and have already started to impact us all. But there are communities that will be hit first and worst and may have a limited ability to adapt, resist, or recover from the impacts of climate. We've seen this play out during the COVID pandemic as well. COVID does not discriminate. It has equal opportunity to hit everybody, but there are populations that are more vulnerable to the effects of COVID, whether that be folks that are over 65 or others that have pre-existing health conditions. These all have impacts on the ability to recover from COVID, and also these types of conditions make it more difficult to adapt and recover from climate as well. So the map to the side is that regional 10-county map that was done, assessment that was done a part of the regional climate planning process. And it maps out the socioeconomic stress index for our region. So you'll see Douglas County in there, which is mapped out by census tracts. And the darker the color, the higher the amount of socioeconomic stress. And so we know these are the communities that may have a harder time recovering from the impacts of climate change. And if you are familiar with maps as it relates to health conditions, you may notice that this map may look very similar to some of the other health equity maps that have been developed by the Lawrence Douglas County Health Department, and some other maps as well. So in this next section, I'm going to talk about a little more detail of the regional climate action plan, get into the climate risks and vulnerabilities for our community, look at our greenhouse gas emissions profile, and then look at our local climate action plan timeline. So as I mentioned, we were invited to participate and be a part of this larger regional climate action plan. It was led by the Mid-America Regional Council, which is the metropolitan planning organization for the Kansas City Metro. And so that 9-county area was included in the study area, plus Douglas County. They did a lot of the analysis and data collection for a regional plan and greenhouse gas profile. The link here, KC Metro Climate Action Plan org, will take you in depth to the whole regional climate action plan that gets into strategies and action steps for lots of different areas, which I will touch on later. We are using the data that they collected as a base to localize our climate work. And part of the analysis that they did was related to climate risk and vulnerabilities. Now we know that from flooding to drought to tornadoes, ice storms, extreme heat, our region has a long history of confronting natural disasters. But we also know that climate change is really supercharging our region's risks and vulnerabilities to extreme weather. And understanding that is key to achieving better health, resilience, and sustainability as we move into these next decades. So this matrix is a simple way of looking at the probability of an extreme weather event happening and how severe that consequence will be. So in the upper right-hand corner, you'll see 3 different icons, and those represent flooding, extreme flooding, drought, and extreme heat temperatures. Now, the highest risk that we're looking at of those 3 is extreme flooding. And that's because we're already starting to see how that impacts our communities. So if you think back to the summer of 2019, We had several extreme thunderstorms and flooding events right in a row. And we saw that roads were closed, bridges were closed, and that really had a significant impact on our ability to travel around the county as well. And you think about the implications of if you can't get out of your house or get across the bridge, how can you get to school? How can you get to work? And how can you get to those other critical destinations that you need to get to? So, so this maps out, there are several things that we need to be keeping in mind as we go into these next decade. The top 3 weather conditions are those extreme flooding, drought, and heat. So in thinking about what this means and how to personalize these risks in our communities, I put together a few headlines just from the last 6 months, some from our immediate region and some a little bit farther out. But I'm going to scroll through these just take a moment to digest these headlines and think about the direct connection these extreme weather conditions have on the personal lives of people. So as you can see, this is not just about the immediate impacts of some of these extreme weather conditions. It's not just about it's going to rain today and my basement might be flooded, but I'll move on tomorrow. These extreme weather events can have some pretty serious long-lasting implications beyond just the inconvenience of having a thunderstorm or a really hot day. These have health implications. These have implications for the livelihood of our communities. These have implications for the ability to travel across the county and in the region. These have implications for access to education. So these are the types of things that we are concerned about. We're not concerned about climate change just for climate change's sake. We are concerned about climate change because it impacts everything that we care about. It impacts our families. It impacts our work and ability to provide. That's why this is a topic that was called for in Plan 2040, and why it's important that we work on this right now. So in thinking about how we make progress on this, one of the things that we can do is do our part to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. So in looking at our profile of greenhouse gas emissions, this is a very simplified way to look at it, that our energy sectors make up 63% of our greenhouse gas profile. The transportation sector makes up 34% of our greenhouse gas emissions profile. Waste makes up about 3%, and then there's some little itty bitty things that make up the rest. So as we think about the opportunity for interventions here and how we can reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, you can see immediately what the biggest opportunities are. So in looking at one of the pieces that the Kansas City regional effort did is they looked at how to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions as much as possible. And so they broke that down by different action areas. And you'll see that there's some big chunks of opportunity here. The first being building energy efficiency. The next being electricity generation, so thinking about how we generate electricity. And then after that, it's transportation. And then we have all the rest of those things that were in those little itty bitty slices. Even if we do all of that work, that will not be enough to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions as much as we need to. And so the last piece of the chart here is sequestration, which simply means how can we draw down the greenhouse gas emissions and carbon back into the earth in a way where we're capturing that carbon instead of letting it float out there in the air. So in looking at this, the encouraging thing is that, the actions in the energy, transportation, and waste sectors, they can reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by about 83%. And the other good news is that sequestration is something that is another economic opportunity for our community. So we have farmers in our community right now that are being approached about carbon credits and what it might look like to sequester that carbon in the soils that we already have. So there's some opportunity here. The regional plan identifies these different action areas. And within these action areas, I think it will become evident why a locally specific plan is important for our community. So we have our first three here, which are really key to making progress in any of the other areas, which are collaboration and leadership, innovation and finance, and community resilience. Those are all key areas that if we do not have those three strategies in place, if we're not working together, if we don't have the key institutions in our community leading by example in these ways, then it's going to be really difficult, if not impossible, to make progress in the other areas such as renewable energy or transportation and land use or food and agriculture. So these three I want to just highlight as very important. And the community resilience piece is another reason why we have elevated equity and community engagement as important pieces in the design and implementation of our process. Now, some of these categories, such as urban greening, there are things that may make sense for, let's say, even Overland Park, Kansas, but may not make sense for rural Douglas County when it comes to tree planting. The way that green infrastructure can help us in reducing our emissions and capturing emissions will look very different in Kansas City, Missouri than it will in Lawrence, Kansas, or Douglas County, rural Douglas County. And so that's one example of why it's so important that we have a locally specific plan, because some of the action areas that are identified in that regional plan are tailored to a larger community. So speaking of our locally specific plan, we are on a timeline right now where the data analysis and regional planning process has been completed already. That was adopted in March of 2021. We are just starting the public input and community conversation around our local plan here. And then this winter, after we get a lot of feedback and engagement, we're going to be digesting and reflecting and prioritizing that feedback and translating that into policy recommendations. And then we're looking at the spring of 2022 as a target for adoption of a plan by both the City of Lawrence and Douglas County. And then summer 2022 and beyond is really the opportunity to put that plan into action, to mobilize it, to connect it to our budget processes for both the city and the county, as well as have an opportunity for the community to take ownership and implement pieces of the plan that make sense for them as well. So the next few minutes I want to spend on talking about our community engagement plan, and the values that are guiding that planning process are that we're prioritizing our populations most affected by climate change. We are meeting communities where they are, and we are building solutions together. So one of the reasons why we are having this conversation today, as opposed to a year ago when we were originally slated to do our climate action plan, is because we wanted a community engagement plan that was true to our values of equity and meeting people where they were. And our initial engagement plan was all about being in the community, physically going out and talking with groups and going to pre-existing gatherings of folks. And that was not possible last year with the pandemic. And instead of trying to on the fly adjust to that and try to make it work, we decided to take a step back and evaluate and adjust and adapt to the situation and think about how we could still do equitable engagement, even though we were in a pandemic and we weren't sure when it was going to end. And so because of that, we are delayed in beginning this process, but I'm really excited about how the adjustments that we've made and the feedback that we'll be getting through this new process. So there are three major components to our engagement strategy. The first is community coordinators. And this is a model that we used in the development of our food system plan about 5 years ago. And we've seen Lawrence Douglas County Public Health adopt the same model for work on the community health plan and the implementation of our community health plan. And it's basically looking at who are the people in our community that are affected most by an issue. Let's go to them and compensate them for their time to engage with us around this topic and encourage them to connect with other people in their circles, whether that be their family, their coworkers, their church groups, or other religious organizations, or the folks on their block. So we are partnering with the Sunrise Project and the Climate and Energy Project to hire 10 people from our community that represent those frontline communities that I mentioned earlier. And they are being trained right now to go into their communities, collect stories about climate and how it relates to their lives. And we're going to be using that information to inform our climate plan process. The second opportunity for engagement is a community survey. Our first community survey is live right now on our website, which is lawrenceks.org/climate. And there's a link at the end of this presentation as well. That's designed for anybody in the community who wants to participate. They can go online right now. The first survey is only 12 questions, and then we ask for some demographic information so that we can have a sense of who's participating in the process. And then there will be more community surveys throughout the process where we'll be asking folks to provide their input. And then the third major way that we're grounding our engagement is through climate ambassadors. And these are folks in the community like yourselves, like anybody who's interested in this process and want to provide their perspective on things and are willing to have a conversation with the people in your lives. So that could look like a group text. We're going to provide some conversation starters, and that could be like, text your friends this question, and then if they're willing to share their input with us, you can send that back to us and we'll engage that in the process. It could look like doing a photo voice project where we give you some prompts to take a look at what are the places in your community or in your neighborhood that you're afraid of losing as we think about extreme heat or extreme flooding or drought, and taking a picture of those and having a discussion around that. It could look like organizing a book club. You'll see on here we have the book Braiding Sweetgrass. That is the common book for KU and Haskell are partnering on that this school year. And there's lots of relevant components to that book to the work of climate. And so engaging with folks in conversation around that. Or it could look like just getting some folks together in a Zoom room and having a guided discussion around climate and then sending that feedback back to us. So we're really focused on the small, meaningful conversations that can happen with your circles, with your friends, with your coworkers, with your neighbors, with your family members, because that's where that meaningful discussion is going to happen. And we're really excited about when that comes back to us, how that can inform our policy recommendations for our plan. There will be also some opportunities for some gathering of and presenting the data that we collect during the engagement process within a group that's going to work on that translation of the stories that we hear, the feedback that we get, and putting that into policy. That is going to be an opportunity that comes in the winter or early spring of next year. And I want to end with the fact that we don't have to wait until the plan is final and adopted before we can take action. There are plenty of things that we can do now, and I am confident that you have been talking about some of those things in this group and others. Everybody can take action when it comes to climate work, whether that be how can we reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, or how can we be better prepared, how can we better prepare our household for these extreme weather events? And as simple as having conversations around these topics can really help to personalize this information, because it's difficult a lot of times to see how this big, really hard to grasp concept that's affecting the world really is relevant to an individual. So having those conversations with others around you is really impactful. And one thing that I wanted to leave with is one activity that we encourage folks to do is to develop a personalized climate action plan, because it's not as simple as saying, if everybody switched over to and put solar on their house, then we would solve this. As you saw earlier, there's not a one size fits all, not one strategy that's going to get us to where we need to go. And we all have different unique talents and skills. And so this is one way to help identify what that unique talent is for yourself and what you can bring to this effort. So there's a Venn diagram here, and it's intended to help you think about what brings you joy, because if you are neglecting that piece, then you're not going to be valuable to doing any work. Identifying what you're good at. What are your special skills? What networks do you have? What resources do you have? What other special magic do you have? And then what is the work that needs to be done around climate? And whatever is at the center of all those three topics is where you should spend your time and energy. So for example, if what brings you joy is riding your bike, I heard Damon talk about that earlier, and what you're good at is, making videos, then, and what the work that needs to be done related to climate is thinking about how to reduce our transportation emissions footprint, then there's some work that could be done there that you as an individual have a unique perspective and ability to bring to this work. And then my final slide includes the links to the Climate Action Plan project page. Both of these go to the same place, one douglascountyks.org/climate and the other lawrenceks.org/climate. And then, I just wanted to share part of my why is these are my two boys, and climate work and sustainability work are all about the future. And so their future is what I have front of mind as I come to the work every day, and why I still remain hopeful about what we can do. So I'm going to stop my sharing, and that's I'll also add they are also the reason why I can't stay for the whole meeting is because they have T-ball that I have to get to. So happy to answer some questions and am available if there's other comments.
Are there any questions from the commissioners?
Carol, I would have a question. This is Steve Evans. Jasmine, the graph you showed had like 34%, I think, of the effect of greenhouse gases, and it listed transportation in that percentage. I think it would be really helpful if that could be broken down in more detail. And that would give us the ability to do things and to look at our agendas and perhaps develop our agendas along the lines of what those priorities may be. And it seems like 5 years ago when there was a STAR program, I forget the name of it, and I think that program has been discontinued, but Lawrence got, I think, 4 or 5 stars, but the transportation part of it was where we were graded not very well. And I think there were some categories there that were interesting, but long-winded question here. Do you have anything that could break that down in terms of the different components of transportation and multimodal that we could have a look at?
So I can take a look at that. I know that that 34% is mostly on-ground transportation. So it's cars and trucks going through our region. But I will go back and look and see if there's an ability to break that down even further. And then to your comment around the STAR community rating system, yes, that was an analysis that was done that identified some areas of opportunity to make improvements in transportation. And so I can definitely bring those back up and highlight those for this group as well.
Great, thank you.
Other comments or questions?
This
Charlie?
is Commissioner O'Brien, MMTC. Jasmine, thanks for your presentation and the work that you're doing on addressing climate change. I had a couple questions. I wasn't sure when you needed to leave. So you said you had to leave before the meeting was over?
Oh, I've got some time right now. I just can't stay for the whole meeting.
Okay. Our study session usually ends around 6. You're good for all that? Okay, thank you. So one of the things I saw in there in the Kansas City Metro Climate Action Plan was this thing around transitioning to electric vehicles, increasing walking, biking, transit, sustainable development. I'm wondering if you might tell us more about what efforts are underway in Douglas County or Lawrence in particular, or ways that we might be able to further support that transition to electric vehicles in Lawrence.
Thanks. So there are a few small things happening. One is that the city of Lawrence is partnering with Evergy, our electric utility, to install some electric vehicle charging stations at public facilities. There's one currently at Rock Chalk Park, and also there's one planned for downtown area. That is a small start. We know that we need to do more there. There is a plan to look at our bus fleet. We recently got Lawrence Transit received some grants to transition their fleet to electric. So by this time next year, we'll have electric buses on the road. And then our internal fleet for the city of Lawrence is looking at a study, looking at how to plan for that transition to electric vehicles for our own fleet. In terms of a broader community-wide plan, there is not one. And that's where this locally specific plan can provide some guidance and some more immediate action steps to help move in that direction.
Thank you. Has there been any discussion about incentives for people that are using EVs, like free parking or reduced parking, or any other ideas that might spur more attention other than the, charging stations that seem like there wouldn't be very many. I'm looking for like, what's the visual cue to the community that we are ready for your electric vehicles?
Right.
Yep. Thanks.
Yeah, we have not had that
Okay.
discussion yet. So this is an opportunity to start that discussion and see how that evolves throughout this process.
Okay. And then a question I hear a lot is, one of your second largest source of greenhouse gas emissions was electric generation of electricity. And when people imagine shifting cars over to electric power, some people think, well, that's going to just cause greenhouse gas emissions to be shifted from, instead of being created by the vehicle, it'll be created by a plant somewhere. Other concerns I've heard people raise are, the damage to the environment by having these batteries that are going to go, they're going to need to be recycled or disposed of in a few years. Can you address some of those concerns that the public might have?
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of the environmental footprint of electric vehicles and our existing gas fleet, electric vehicles still win out in terms of the environmental benefit. Our electric utility, Evergy, is steadily increasing their portfolio of renewable energy generation. And in fact, very soon we'll be transitioning off of coal for our Lawrence Energy Center. And so that will be decommissioned for the most part from coal. And so looking at even locally, there will be some cleaner energy being generated. There's some other projects in the works as well. And so the source of energy for those electric vehicles are becoming cleaner and cleaner and cleaner every day. And so that's one issue. And the other thing that I wanted to bring up related to that is that it's still much cleaner, even if it is sourced by a coal generating plant. It's cleaner to have that air scrubbed at the location of energy generation than it is to rely on each car's tailpipes to be in compliance for what they need to do to think about emissions at that level. So it's easier to control at the source than it is all the thousands of cars that are out there on the road right now. And then the other question, Charlie,
about recycling recycling batteries for disposing.
Yeah. From my knowledge, and I was just on a webinar last week that talked about it, battery recycling is evolving very quickly. And so some of the concerns that we had even, a decade ago when it came to battery disposal or recycling have improved significantly in the last decade. So as more batteries are being integrated into vehicles and also for energy storage at the large utility scale. So for like a large scale solar installation, there's battery storage that's a component of that. We're seeing much better ways to recycle those materials.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions?
Hey, Kuzmiak, MMTC. Jasmine, I'm assuming that you probably either already have or have plans to present this to the Planning Commission as well. Is that correct? Because I saw land use as one of those.
Yeah, we're not on the schedule for Planning Commission yet. We are going to be presenting to the City Commission in a couple weeks. So we're starting to make the rounds.
Okay. I guess the reason I bring it up is because I saw it as one of the key points on your slides. And also as the Transportation Commission, we can kind of do our best with providing safe bicycle infrastructure and good sidewalks and decent roads and try to help with the electrification of the vehicle fleet. But with the development pattern that we currently have, there's only so much transportation can do until we make it possible for people to have destinations to walk to, and to be able to live kind of compactly enough and densely enough to actually make transit make sense for a lot of people. So it's one of those things where I guess I'm not necessarily trying to pass the buck, but it's going to be really difficult to truly have that, 30% reduction in emissions, even with electric cars, just because there's the fact that a lot of people are still completely reliant on their cars to do pretty much anything in the city.
Yeah, I'll just plus one you on that. We know that our built environment has a big impact on how we get around. And it's, one of the things in the Kansas City regional plan has an emphasis on creating 15-minute neighborhoods and creating walkable 15-minute neighborhoods. Now there's areas of Lawrence where that totally makes sense and could be applied easily. But we know that that's not going to be a solution for addressing rural Douglas County. And so as we think about this plan, we'll need to think about in the context of, what makes sense for the city of Lawrence, and also what makes sense for the more rural parts of Douglas County, where it's not going to be about, creating situations where you can bike everywhere, because that's not realistic and that's not the land use that we have there. So yeah, there's going to be solutions that make sense for some parts of the county that don't make sense for other parts of the county. And those are the things that we'll be balancing. And, there might be, especially when we think about the transportation section, there might be things, that are recommended specifically in rural Douglas County. Here are the things that are highest priority in city of Lawrence. Here are the things that are highest priority.
Thanks for the explanation. I had a kind of follow-up question about just more generalities of the plan, and apologies if you've already gone over this, but I guess how does this fit into the general legal framework of Lawrence and Douglas County? I guess what I'm trying to ask is, what kind of teeth does the climate action plan have? Is it like Plan 2040, where it's, everything is pretty strongly recommended and policies flow from that? Or is it more like, say, the strategic plan, where it's kind of guiding principles, but there's not a whole lot of fully actionable things in it?
So the intent is that this, as I mentioned from the beginning, this was a directive of Plan 2040. And so there are opportunities to integrate this into Plan 2040. And that's what happened with the food system plan as well. So the intent is that it be, a part of the planning guidance for the community that is used specifically for decision making.
Okay, that's what I was hoping. Thank you for explaining.
Other questions? Okay, this is Carol Bowen. I have some questions. When I think of environment, I think of earth, people, and sky. So we're talking about air quality. Are we talking about earth quality and water quality? And do we monitor our air quality, both particulate matter and ambient air?
So, Carol, I appreciate grounding in the earth for this work, because that is a key part of it. Yes, the short answer is yes. Those are key components of this work. So air quality, water quality, as well as soil. Those are all key components of the climate work. And we know that they have multiple functions. So if you think about soil, that has a lot of ability to absorb carbon. It's also connected to everything that we grow. And so they're all connected. In terms of measuring air quality, we do not have a an air quality monitor in Douglas County. But the Kansas City region has air quality monitors. We are currently in attainment when it comes to air quality standards. And so that's the information that we use for looking at air quality. So currently we are meeting the standards that are set by the federal government. We do not have local measuring for that. We're relying more on the regional data.
Do we plan on doing anything with watershed management?
So one component of the climate action plan, and especially as it relates to more of the rural application of this, is looking at our water systems and our open space that we have in our community, and especially the county. And I fully anticipate that is one of the areas that we'll be focusing on as we develop in more detail an open space plan for the Douglas County as a whole, Douglas County as a whole. As I mentioned earlier, flooding is one of the top risks for extreme weather. And so that is surely an area that we will be looking at in terms of what does the watershed look like, and especially looking at recent flooding events and what does that map look like, so that we can use that information when it comes to policy recommendations as well.
And would we use it to influence infrastructure?
That is a real possibility. Part of the intent of this is to have this information to influence policymaking, and infrastructure investments is one of those things. So this can definitely be an input for decision making when it comes to things like bridges, roads, stormwater infrastructure, and other types of infrastructure.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Carol, you're on mute again.
I'd like to challenge the commissioners to think about what we can do transportation wise. For example, commuters are a huge generator of emissions. You can see the smog over Lawrence when you're driving from Kansas City. We pave a lot, and the more we pave, the worse the watershed's going to be. There are things that we can do. We just have to think about it. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to comment? Michael?
Yes, I do. This is Michael Allman. I'm with Sustainability Action Network. And just want to point out that for at least 2 decades or more, this is basically why I have been a bikeway advocate, because of the impact of fossil fuel use on the climate. And to break down some of that Commissioner Evans was asking about, of that 34% transportation sector there, approximately half of that transportation energy, the fossil fuel energy, is for single occupancy vehicles, cars, big cars with one person in them. And what our approach has been, Sustainability Action Network, is any way we can reduce the number of vehicle trips by single occupancy vehicle is a high priority. It will have one of the biggest impacts. Bicycles, obviously, and walking are the best options for that. But electric vehicles are too, and Sustainability Action Network advocates for electric vehicles. But electric vehicles of themselves are not a silver bullet. I mean, we like to think of them as clean, and they are, but that's their benefit is conditioned on the current scenario of transportation. The current, well, let me put it this way: vehicle miles traveled. That's how we measure the energy use, or the vehicle use in miles traveled per year, per individual, per household, whatever. And it's pretty clearly understood that anytime federal regulations have required that fuel efficiency for cars be increased, the fuel costs less, generally because the vehicle doesn't use as much fuel. So you pay less per year for your gasoline. Well, what people typically do, though, is they don't just drive the same amount and save on their fuel use and on their expenditure. They end up driving more. That's statistically known. When you think about an electric vehicle, the fuel for an electric vehicle is about 1/5 the cost for an internal combustion engine. Plus, driving an electric car, and I will attest to this because I drive one, it's really fun to drive. People who drive electric cars say that all the time. The tendency for a more fuel efficient electric car, and one that's so fun to drive, people are going to tend to drive more. So if that is the case, then it's a wash. We won't make any gains. So the approach to Sustainability Action Network is not just to get cars more fuel efficient, but use cars less. And as far as the expenditures on infrastructure for bikeways, the strategic plan that calls for equity, that would put most of the expenditures in the neighborhoods that are on the east side of Lawrence with the lower middle range income people, many of whom don't even have a car or have access to a car. That's where our bicycle and sidewalk expenditures should be targeted. I mean, it's really great that we're thinking of putting, more bikeways along Wakarusa, but that part of the city, the more well-to-do people generally don't bicycle. They don't really need to. And if they do, it's more a recreational thing. They're not bicycling so that they don't use their car. Sometimes what they do is they put the bicycle in the back of their SUV and they drive somewhere to bicycle, which is doubly damaging. We need to increase the amount for bike spending on the east side, and we need to increase the MSO capital improvement budget for bikeways and sidewalks by at least 10%. Right now, bikeway expenditures and sidewalk expenditures are 0.82% of our transportation budget. That needs to be at least 10%. And so this climate plan and the budget for the city of Lawrence needs to be reflected in how MSO allocates the capital improvement money, which is going to be your discussion next month. That money we need to de-emphasize single occupancy vehicles and cars in general, and more emphasize bikeways and walking. And the way we do that is with expenditures. So let's look at seriously having a target of 10% of our transportation budget being for bicycles and sidewalks. So thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? It is 6 p.m. David, where are you?
This is Dave Cronin, the engineer. I'm here, and we're at the end of the time for the study session. So like to thank Jasmine for attending and providing us that presentation today. And if there's no other questions, Vice Chair Bowen, I would suggest we take a 5-minute break before we start the regular meeting.
Let's do it. 5 minutes. Be back at 6:05. Thank you, Jasmine.
Commissioner Bowen, are you there? You ready to get started? She's muted.
Okay. I'm ready.
All right, this is Dave Cronin, City Engineer. Vice Chair Bona, we'll start by calling roll for the regular meeting.
Right, roll for the regular meeting. Steve Evans,
Here.
Damon Balteska.
Here.
Carol Bowen. Here, yeah. Yep, there you are. Nick Kuzmiak
Here.
and Erin Payton. I'll get back to Erin because I know she's here. Court Beffington.
Here.
Okay. Patricia Collette is absent. Charlie Bryan
Here.
and Gregory Critchlow.
Here.
Here. Okay, and okay, I'll come back to Erin. Okay, thank you.
Don't see her. Oh, there she is.
There she is. Right.
Okay, now I
Commissioner
believe this is the October meeting of the Multi-Modal Transportation Commission. This is Carol Bowen. I'm sitting in for Pat Collette. And I believe we start with public comments.
This
Are
is
there any-
Dave Cronin, City Engineer. Commissioner Bowen, the first item is to approve the minutes for September the 1st.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for the September meeting?
Court Buffington, MMTC, so move.
A second? Peyton seconded. All in favor? Just raise your hands. Motion passed. Okay, I lost myself. Where am I? There.
Commissioner Bowen, you're on mute again. There you go.
Now can we do the public comments?
You can.
All right. Does anyone wish to speak? Michael? Michael,
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Bowen. I raised my hand during the last agenda item.
So you're not ready to speak now?
Well, I raised my hand during the last agenda item and nobody recognized me.
Oh,
I have some comment about the minutes.
oh, I'm sorry.
This is Dave Cronin, City Engineer. We don't typically receive public comment on the minutes, but if you'd like to provide public comment on the minutes during this public comment period, we could certainly receive that. Mr. Allman, if you want to.
Well,
Right.
I'd be happy to if it's possible to reverse the approval of the minutes because they need a correction. For my comments last month, it's reported incorrectly.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, item C, public comment last month, it says Michael Allman made a comment regarding white striped bicycle lanes. Actually, Michael Allman made comments regarding 3 bikeway policy proposals, one of which was for white striped bicycle lanes, another was for green pavement marking for bikeways, and a third was for a bicycle yield policy at controlled intersections called the Idaho stop. That's what the minutes should reflect. But I don't know now if you're able or willing to change that.
I think we could do it with an amendment, couldn't we, David?
This is Dave Cronin, the engineer. We can reflect that with the minutes. I would say that the minutes will include the timestamp for the public comment period, for the public comment time on the minutes. And I would, we can add that note. And I don't believe we need to do a reapproval of the minutes.
Could you send a text to David, Michael?
Okay, I'll put it in the chat.
That's perfect.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mhm. Anyone else?
Oh, it says the chat's disabled. There. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone from the public?
This is Dave Cronin, the engineer. There's no one else that is signed up to speak under public comment, and there's no one here that is present.
So then we'll start our regular agenda. And the first thing we're going to look at is Wakarusa Drive reconstruction. Is that right?
That's correct. This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. So tonight we have John Marburger with JEO Consultants, and they are under contract to do design plans for the reconstruction of Wakarusa between the Research Parkway and Clinton Parkway. As in our CIP this year for design and in 2022 for construction. And so we are early in the design phase. We're doing conceptual design right now, and we just received the concepts for Wakarusa. And so John's gonna walk you through those concepts, and we're asking to get feedback on those plans. So I'll turn it over to John to share a screen and run through his presentation.
Very good. Thank you, David. As Dave mentioned, I'm John Marburger. I'm a senior project manager with JEO Consulting Group here in Lawrence. I will try to share a screen here, and I have a PowerPoint presentation to go through. And Dave, maybe you can just confirm that we are in the slideshow. Are you seeing the slideshow now?
We see it.
Great. So we are discussing Wakarusa Drive from Clinton Parkway to Research Parkway. We want to go through several aspects of the design, some of the constraints, some of the desires and needs that we've heard from city staff, as well as our own traffic review of the project. The project, as you can see from the picture here, the existing pavement is in fairly poor condition, and it just needs to be redone. So I'll try to talk through several issues. One big issue is traffic control at key intersections. And so we'll talk a little bit about, what modifications may be needed down at Clinton Parkway. And we'll talk, number two, about particularly 18th Street and Wakarusa Drive as an intersection. We also reviewed Turnberry and Research Parkway as part of our review. The other big piece that we'll talk about and spend a fair bit of time on are the bike and pedestrian accommodations that go along with the project. And so as we get into it, those are kind of the major details. Right now, Wakarusa Drive is a 4-lane arterial street, and the anticipated new typical section would include either a 4-lane divided section with a median, so where we can get a median that may help control some of the traffic speeds, And then where we need access and turn lanes, we would open up that median to have left turns allowed off of Wakarusa. So it'd be either a 4-lane divided or a 5-lane type section through much of the corridor. And then the question really is, how do we treat the bike and ped aspects out here? It's a fairly high speed facility with a lot of cars. So we'll get into that. And so this is a map of the project. To the north, the city has basically reconstructed Wakarusa from here clear up through Harvard. You may be familiar with the 2 roundabouts, Harvard and Inverness. That section is a 5-lane with an on-street bike lane. And to the south, you may hear maybe later from KDOT with their presentation what the multimodal aspects that they're proposing on the South Lawrence Trafficway, but I believe Wakarusa between Clinton Parkway and the Trafficway may see some attention over the coming years. And so our focus is really just the north leg of Clinton Parkway up through Research Parkway or Brandon Woods Terrace, if you know it from that. That's actually a private street on the east side of Wakarusa Drive. And so tonight, I kind of described the begin and end of the project. Really, the easiest way to think about it, if you ever wanted to drive out there and see the project, is really that north leg of Clinton to where the pavement gets better to the north. And so our role, as I mentioned, really is to, in this first phase of the project, analyze both the existing traffic, see what issues are out there, see what safety issues that we've seen. The city's pulled some crash data as well. And then as we project that traffic out, typically traffic is anticipated to grow over the years, and that is also true in this corridor, although for the most part, a lot of Wakarusa is built out. And so the growth is maybe limited by some of that, but there's still opportunity for additional development and growth in the area. So we also want to make sure we're evaluating the multimodal options. We did fill out the city's complete streets spreadsheet to kind of go through some of the aspects that the city policy already covers as far as complete streets are concerned. When we look at bike facilities, I know this is a busy map, but to the north, our project is highlighted here in yellow. I don't know if my pointer shows up on here or not. To the north, as I mentioned, there are on-street bike lanes. And then on Bob Billings to the west, there are on-street bike lanes out to the Lawrence Loop. And then Clinton Parkway, of course, has that 10-foot multi-use trail that runs along that. So Wakarusa is a little bit of a missing link when it comes to bike and ped accommodations. And then, of course, as we look at levels of comfort, we're not looking at just slap some stuff on the road or slap some stuff beside the road. Really what is the appropriate or preferred type treatments to allow people to use the roadway that may not be in a single use vehicle. And while we don't have pedestrian and bike counts on the corridor, there's no, existing bikeway on the corridor. We do know that people do use Wakarusa to bike and to walk as well, fairly regularly, although it is not on a safe routes to school route. The safe routes is actually over here on Inverness, to get to the elementary and middle school southwest. So that, for what that's worth, that's where we're at. But the point of this slide is really, Wakarusa Drive is not a comfortable facility to walk or bike along. When we look at traffic today, this is a traffic count map of today. Wakarusa Drive has about 16,000 vehicles today, or actually back in 2019. And if you want kind of an analogous type roadway, over here on the right side of the slide, you can see Castled has about almost 17,000 vehicles north of High V there. So if you're looking for some type of a comparison of how busy Wakarusa Drive is, it's more busy than Clinton Parkway, and it's more busy than Bob Billings, about the same as Castle north of High V there. So definitely there are a lot of vehicles and a lot of higher speed moving vehicles. And so this graphic is actually out of the city's bike plan. And so what we're looking at here, probably for our daily traffic over here, that we've highlighted that in yellow, and there aren't very many facilities. You know, it doesn't make sense to do a shared lane or a advisory bike lane or some such thing. Really, we're down in this major separation category when we consider both the speeds as well as the volume of traffic on Wakarusa. And so that we did consider an on-street bike lane, but that really doesn't meet the level of comfort criteria for the amount of traffic and the speeds. And so these two options are really what we spent the lion's share of our time reviewing within the existing corridor. And so with that, these are two options that we put forth as options that would carry both bikes and pedestrians along that route. You can see in this case, we're showing a 7-foot planting strip in the middle, which hopefully, you know, where it exists helps to both control a little bit of access and reduce some turning movements, but also at the same time, maybe has a little bit of an effect on driver behavior in terms of speed. On the right side, this would be the east side. So if you're looking at our graph, you know, just pretend you're looking to the north. On the east side, we're a little bit more constrained. There are some private fences along there. There is a power transmission line that we'd like to avoid if possible along the east side there. And so we're a little bit more constrained, but this would be essentially a separated bikeway with a 2-foot stamp buffer, a 5-foot bike lane, and then some type of what you could do that with paint, or you could do it with some type of a stamped material, and then having a standard 6-foot sidewalk outside of that. So your bikes and pedestrians are able to both use the corridor, but would be physically separated from each other. And so these would be one-way bike lanes. So if you're heading north, you want to be on this side of the street. And if you're heading south, of course, you want to be on the west side of the street. And on the west side, we do have a little bit more right-of-way to work with. Part of the reason this left curb line, underneath the existing left curb line are a couple of major water mains. And if possible, we would like to avoid those existing water mains because they are in good condition and because they're expensive if we do touch them. And so we're really trying as best we can as we look at all these options. The question may arise, why don't we move the roadway to the west? It looks like there's a lot of space over there. Well, it's true there's some space on the surface. Underneath the ground there, we're really constrained on the west side. So that's a lot of our efforts have been focused on what can we fit in and not impact a 36 or 24-inch water main that feeds the main, you know, treatment plant for West Lawrence. That said, on the west side, since we're all on the surface up here, we do have some opportunities to have some more grassed buffers between the roadway and any cycle track or shared use path. And then the other option that we reviewed would be a 6-foot sidewalk, standard 6-foot sidewalk on the east side, and then a 10-foot shared use path on the west side of the road. And as I'll show you a little bit later, and I've got some roll plots, this would really be the section from Clinton Parkway up to 18th Street. And then once we hit 18th Street, whether we do a traffic signal or a roundabout, and I'll show you pictures of that as well, at that point, we would go ahead and do a 10-foot sidewalk on both sides up to Research Parkway so that we could find a place, a location, whether it's at the roundabout or at a traffic signal, to allow those bikes to get across Wakarusa Drive and then transition into the existing on-street bike facilities to the north. So I've got a couple pictures of that. I'll show you what I'm talking about, but for the most part, we would be looking, I guess, what I would consider sort of the base option would be this shared use path and then a sidewalk, and then maybe the more advanced bike ped treatment would be some type of a separated bike lane along with a standard sidewalk outside of that. So when we do look at that buffer separated cycle track, this is a chart that comes out of the city bike plan. And so that just is basically a chart that shows volume on one axis and speed on the other. And definitely as you go over 35 miles an hour, you know, the safety issues of being in the street are huge for bikes and pedestrians. So, and then when on top of that, when we add a ton of traffic, 16,000 vehicles a day going 45 miles an hour, you know, definitely from a comfort standpoint, really that separated cycle track seems a lot more attractive. And then if you're really an eagle eye, you'll notice the city's basic minimum criteria for that facility would actually be to have a 6.5-foot bike lane and a 3-foot minimum separation from the back of curb. In this particular instance, you know, we really don't have the room to do that, especially on the east side. These dimensions do meet the NACTO recommendations. And so there's other national criteria that we believe we still meet in order to achieve this. I think the other benefit, you would still have, you know, that 1-foot separation, which gives you a little bit wider bike lane to go off of. But that, just wanted to point that out, that, you know, even though this is a separated bike facility, we are cheating a little bit on, you know, making sure that we meet, you know, the national criteria, but we may not meet the full local criteria to be able to provide that type of facility. And so as I was discussing on the north side, this is a picture. So north is to your right. And so this is Wakarusa Drive. This is Brandon Woods Terrace and Research Parkway. And then in the bottom right of the picture, that's the Cherry Hill strip mall there. The Jefferson's is right down here, if you're familiar with the area. And at that stage, that's where we would go back to the existing on-street bike facility that already exists to the north. And so you can see this is the separated bike track option. And as you're going north, we would put a little slip ramp in before the intersection and allow those folks to get into traffic, ideally outside of the intersection influence area. And then from the north, as you're coming from the north in that existing bike lane, you would have a little slip ramp that would get you up and off of the main pavement as you go through that intersection. When we look at analyzing that multi-use trail option, again, from the city's bike criteria, this area, you can basically, it says potential for any volume and speed on a multi-use path. So you're totally off the street, and that's definitely an option and certainly exists elsewhere in the city. Of course, that's Clinton Parkway, the Naismith Trail, elsewhere in town. And then how we would treat that. So for the shared use path, as I mentioned, we would actually propose having a shared use path on both sides of the street from 18th Street north to the end of the project. So that's to allow a safe crossing at 18th Street, and then northbound bikes, you know, would get over on that east shared use path and then be able to get out in the street. So maybe the disadvantage of this option is, you know, it's going to have to be from familiar users as they come through, that people are going to have to figure out that's how I safely get from one side of the road to the other. Because if they bring the shared use path, which would be a legal thing to do, up to Research Parkway, they really got not very good options to get across the main line unless they ride the sidewalk clear up to Bob Billings. So just an FYI there, but that would be how we would anticipate treating the transition from any multi-use trail to the existing on-street facilities to the north. So when we look at evaluation criteria, you folks may have some other input, and so none of this is really set in stone, but certainly there are some things that we wanted to throw out as pluses and minuses. When we look at evaluation criteria, you know, are we matching something else in the corridor? Really, with either of these, the answer is no. To the north, it's on-street bike lanes, and we know that that's maybe not the most preferred treatment for a variety of reasons. And so on the south, at least for the multi-use trail, we would be tying into an existing multi-use trail at Clinton Parkway. When we look at now, the one-way cycle track is maybe most similar to the on-street bike lane for from a bicyclist standpoint. So in that sense, it is sort of the same. That's why I said these aren't really set in stone, just maybe some discussion points. When we talk about private property impacts, especially for the cycle track option to really fit all that within the corridor that we have, the chances are that we'll likely have some walls, short walls to achieve that in order to try to stay out of as much private property as we can. And then, of course, the multi-use path, there may be some fence implications there, and but trying to stay as much out of, it's probably less of an impact to either the project budget to stay within the right of way or just staying within the right of way in general. From a utility standpoint, both options, especially north of 18th Street, we've got that power transmission line we'd like to stay out of. There's storm sewer on the west side. There's fiber and gas out there. And I'll talk a little bit more about the gas when we look at the roll plot. But that may impact where we could put either a multi-use path or a cycle track on the west side of the road. When we look at just regular costs, as part of sort of the base cost, as part of the overall project, would be about $700,000 worth of the overall project, where if we were to add the cycle track, you have more stamped pavement and wider sidewalks all the way through. So we basically double that, or a little bit more than double that. So about $800,000 additional to the project budget would be needed if we were to include that separated bike facility. And then from attractiveness to the user, I think this is very subjective. And one of the reasons why we wanted to come to the Multi-Modal Transportation Commission to get your input. But from a cyclist standpoint, I think in general, at least the higher speed cyclists typically like some separation from little kids and dogs, that kind of thing that would normally be part of a multi-use path. But maybe you can go a little bit faster on your bike, maybe you feel a little bit more comfortable. But at the same time, I think they're both definitely usable by whether you're a bicyclist or a pedestrian. And then just switching gears, and again, I want to give us a chance to comment later, but as we go through, we did look at traffic control, as I mentioned, at some key intersections. And so when we look at signal warrants, that's all based off a national document called the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. And because a signal meets a warrant doesn't necessarily mean you should install a signal. It just means that's sort of the minimum criteria before you would consider putting a signal in. And so when we look at kind of the main intersections along the corridor, starting from the north at Research Parkway and Brandon Woods Terrace, traffic signals not warranted at that location. 18th Street does meet traffic signal warrants, and not for the main line, but for 18th Street traffic trying to leave the neighborhood and get onto Wakarusa Drive. And then Turnberry Drive does not generate enough traffic to warrant a signal at that location. And then obviously Clinton Parkway will still have a signal, it just may be modified. And so when we look at 18th Street, we've really got two options. I think both options are feasible and could work, but they have different drawbacks and different costs. And so when we look at the first option would be that traffic signal option on the left. And you can see here again, where the sidewalk, we're showing in this case, the multi-use trail, the multi-use trail option and a 6-foot sidewalk option. So that multi-use trail also continues on the east side of Wakarusa, as I noted, and that's kind of drawn here in our little diagram. But in the traffic signal option, you would get left turn lanes, which I think would definitely add from a safety standpoint. But then you do get the traffic signal. So right now, north and south on Wakarusa Drive, even without turn lanes, that level of service is A. With the traffic signal, it drops to about a B. And so it's still good level of service. It's still acceptable level of service, but the main line, you do introduce, stopping on the main line. With a roundabout concept, this is the same size of 2-lane roundabout that exists up at Harvard and Inverness. And in order to fit that roundabout in, we really need to push the alignment off to the west. And so you can see here, we've highlighted in this sort of peach color, if you will, new right-of-way that would be required in order to construct that roundabout. The roundabout does have the advantage that all legs would have a level of service A. So I think if you're familiar with the Inverness and Harvard roundabouts, typically, I drive those all the time and I almost never end up stopping. I typically go right through, but the roundabout does have the advantage that it kind of slows people down and breaks up the, that corridor a little bit. But the right-of-way impacts, we would need a little corner. This is a rental house here on the southeast. This is Brandon Woods on the northeast, and the Brandon Woods Homeowners Association owns a little buffer strip. So we would be dealing with the Brandon Woods Neighborhood Association. They have a brick wall that would have to get relocated in order to fit some type of a sidewalk accommodation. And this would be perhaps a little bit tighter on sidewalk. Maybe we do, say, an 8-foot sidewalk through the roundabout, just from a right-of-way standpoint. And then on the northwest, this is a fairly major office complex, and they have the biggest front yard, if you will, and would also have the largest right-of-way impacts. And then on the southwest, that's where the State Farm Insurance Agency, I think there's a wealth management group in there and a couple other small businesses. And so you can see their current driveway is actually fairly close to Wakarusa Drive. And so in order to fit the roundabout in, we would actually have to relocate their driveway and potentially eliminate, up to 4 parking spaces, which as a business owner, they may not like that very much. Maybe you could add 1 or 2 or 3 at the south side of their property to compensate them for that. But certainly that will be an impact and a point of discussion should the city decide to purchase right-of-way. Now, the advantage to them really is, as traffic backs up waiting for that traffic signal along 18th, as you're coming in or out of their driveway, those queues may stretch into that driveway. And so as they may do today when they're trying to exit. So as we talk to property owners, I should have mentioned JEO has contacted everyone that is actually on the corridor or has attempted to contact everyone. We've spoken to most of them, but have at least left messages or other types of communication with the remaining business owners. But as we talked with this business directly, one of the things they mentioned for sure was that it's very, very difficult to get out onto Wakarusa Drive, and that something in quotes needs to be done. And I think one gentleman even told me he had pestered Chuck Souls for years about it and felt like nothing ever got done. But certainly this project is an opportunity to increase the safety and operations of that intersection, whether it's a traffic signal or a roundabout. And when we look at, how do we evaluate a roundabout versus a traffic signal, we've listed several criteria. I know this is a big table, so we'll just start at the top. The first one would be the operations. So with a traffic signal, we're meeting a level of service C or better, which means that sometimes you'll have to wait. With a roundabout, it's level of service A, which means no matter what movement you're on, you almost never have to wait. From a safety standpoint, there are predictive crash models. So based on, just going from nothing to a traffic signal and some turn lanes, there is a projected 5% decrease in crashes. The big advantage of a roundabout is there's a predicted 19% decrease in crashes compared to the signal. And so definitely there's some safety aspects from a traffic standpoint that roundabout gives you. When you look at right-of-way impact, we're saying none with the signal, but that's not, it may be very minimal. Certainly compared to the roundabout, which has 0.2 acres and 4 tracks, as I mentioned, probably impacts to that existing decorative wall at Brandon Woods, likely replacing and relocating a driveway. That driveway would have to go through a small detention area, and so we'd need to either replace that with something underground or account for that in the drainage design. And so definitely the roundabout has some fairly significant right-of-way impacts that the city would need to be willing to go through in order to acquire that property and make the roundabout feasible. When we talk about utility impacts, there's certainly power on the east side. As we rework the sidewalks, there's a power pole right there. There's fiber right on that corner. It's likely no matter what we do, there will be some utility impacts. But with the roundabout, there's a water line on the west side. And so that water main and potentially the gas main on the west side could have some impacts by the time you accommodate drainage and do all the grading to accommodate a roundabout. There's certainly going to be some more utility costs. When we look at estimated costs, this is a little different from the previous. We just assume the signal, as the base. And then, when we look at sort of the differential costs, potentially $600,000 more on the roundabout option. And so that's something certainly to consider, that the roundabout would be above and beyond the current project budget. But when you look at operating costs, that roundabout, you're not running electricity to the signal. You're not going out there with your traffic signal technicians every so often to retime that signal or to replace a bulb, that kind of thing. And so from that standpoint, the roundabout is a little bit more sustainable, uses less energy in the future. The actual pavement difference is not very significant, although you do have a little bit more pavement with the roundabout option. We do think from an operation standpoint, it's going to be less to maintain down the road. And then in terms of pedestrians, I think, again, you can make a case either way. Certainly with a signal, you have what I would consider a protected crossing. You would have a push button and a traffic phase that would, have your walk, don't walk signal. At a roundabout, you probably have slower speeds. So in terms of, people making right turns or people coming through that intersection, they have to slow down a little bit. They have to pay a little bit more attention to what's going on. And so from that aspect, that's where you get a lot of safety benefit from the roundabout. Although since it's a multi-lane roundabout, there are some ADA considerations to come along with that as well that would need to be accounted for and discussed by city staff. But so if you're, I think typically blind people or low vision types may struggle a little bit more with the roundabout versus say an actuated traffic signal crossing. So those are both things to consider. I think historically roundabouts have shown very good increases in safety for pedestrians overall. So when we get into overall roadway recommendations, just working from north to south through the corridor, when we look at Wakarusa Drive and Research Parkway, right now this circle with a U, that means we anticipate having an unsignalized intersection. So it'll be similar today, but the difference will be that 5-lane section allows for an additional left turn, a dedicated left turn for northbound traffic. So that should help some potential safety issues. We talked to Invista and they had indicated witnessing several crashes at that intersection over the years. And so I think they would be supportive of a turn lane addition there to try to help safety and operations of that location. We also reviewed the warrants for a dedicated right turn lane. Northbound into Brandon Woods Terrace does not warrant a right turn lane. Right turn lane is really not warranted for southbound, but about 10 years out, as traffic grows, it may be warranted in the future, possibly for 2 hours out of the day. And so right now, we're recommending to not include that as part of the project. There would be some additional right-of-way issues, and as well as the existing on-street bike lane would have to be carried through that right turn lane. And so We believe it's just a little bit simpler and maybe safer for those bikes that are using that on-street bike facility to not have the right turn lane if it's not warranted today. At Wakarusa Drive, we have not finalized the decision there. That's why we're here today to gather your input. But both the roundabout option, as I mentioned, will work, and a traffic signal option would work. With the traffic signal option, we would look to put at least 150 foot worth of left turn lane in there to allow storage and deceleration to get out of the main line. Moving south in the corridor at Turnberry Drive, again, we're showing an unsignalized intersection. The right turn lanes are not warranted. Southbound left turn lane is warranted. And so that's where having that 5-lane section is really helpful, that we can open up that center median to allow for a dedicated left turn lane, allow that traffic that's turning on Turnberry a little bit of a refuge to get out of the higher speed traffic, and then make that turn as they evaluate traffic coming from the south at Clinton Parkway. And then this northbound left turn lane at Turnberry really isn't strictly needed, but since you've got the lanes there anyway, might as well just take advantage of them. But that would be the turn into the city water treatment plant. And then maybe the other big issue on the corridor that I haven't really addressed heavily is, how do we handle left turns at Clinton Parkway? Right now, there is a single left turn lane there that backs into the through traffic. And that is a situation that can cause some near misses and some safety concerns, as well as just operationally doesn't work very well. And so what we've found is that a dual left turn lane for southbound to eastbound really should be included in the project. And that would keep traffic, hopefully at least, for the foreseeable future, from backing through that Wakarusa Court driveway. We also talked to the nursery, and the nursery, actually their driveway is so close to Clinton Parkway, and they were supportive of eliminating that driveway and relocating it off of Wakarusa Court, which should allow for a little bit safer access to their business. When they get semi trucks with trees or flowers or whatever, they come in to their driveway and parking lot, and then they've got to back out into Wakarusa Drive. And so that can be a little bit of a dicey situation as they get deliveries. And so that's something that we talked about. It would require right away from them, that the city would need to work with that business. But I think as a business, they were fairly supportive of eliminating their direct access to Wakarusa Drive, and in exchange for a safer and maybe more efficient connection to the north. And then we looked at, because those dual lefts, they're going to make that intersection a little bit wider, which is a concern, particularly for pedestrians crossing on the existing shared use path. And so if we were to do a single left turn lane, the way that we would mitigate the traffic that would back up on Wakarusa, you would need to add a dedicated northbound through lane south of Clinton Parkway. And the reason for that is, when you go to dual lefts, you need to give that traffic signal its own dedicated phase. And so that makes a little bit less overall efficiency in the traffic signal. If you do a single left, then you can do what's called a protected permissive, and allow that permissive movement to go at the same time as any northbound traffic. And so if you had two northbound lanes, you could get away with maybe one less signal phase. And so the signal operation gets a little bit more efficient. That doesn't totally solve your issue of traffic backing it into the through lanes for southbound traffic, but it does make it a lot better. But again, that northbound through lane south of Clinton Parkway would be a part of a different project. And as Dave may want to chime in eventually, there's really not a lot of room for it. And so in the future, you will need a dedicated right turn lane eventually. as traffic continues to grow there at Clinton Parkway and Wakarusa Drive. But I think, when you balance out the safety and the operations, that dual left turn lane is really what we would recommend to be included in the project. And so with that, I've kind of put up a little bit of a summary slide of things to consider. Just to remind you, I know I've gone through a lot of information, and I do have 2 roll plots that we could open up as well if you have questions right along the corridor. One roll plot is the multi-use trail option. The other roll plot is the separated bikeway option. But when we look at what we would like your input on and really get your thoughts, that signal versus a roundabout at 18th Street, and then the cross-section elements, do we go with a one-way cycle track option, or do we go with a shared use path option? And then again, with that raised median, wherever we can squeeze it in, it's about maybe a third to a half the corridor, where we can provide that raised median in lieu of a paved middle turn lane. So with that, the next steps, we are looking to do a public open house, maybe late October timeframe, but really over the next, I would say 4 weeks or so, we're really looking to solidify what the traffic concept is, because we need to develop plans for the city to purchase any right of way really by January. So even if through October we decide which direction we're going to go, it's still going to take all of 2 months in order for us to put that preliminary design together, to identify any potential right of way. And then we'll be looking to finalize plans throughout the spring, which really we need to have final plans probably by early April, in order to meet a June 2022 letting date, where we would select the contractor. And so that contractor, ideally, you'd have the project done in one season. And so, in order to do that, they would really have to get going, probably mid to late next summer, or potentially wait till the spring of 2023 to even start, turning dirt, so they could accomplish all that work hopefully in one season. The only other thing I guess I didn't mention would be traffic control during construction. And so we would provide, access, particularly in the south side of the corridor, possibly do a half at a time type construction, or at least keep one way open at all times, so that, for instance, Wakarusa Court is landlocked. There's a fire station down there. There's a city water plant and their yard that we've got to consider. To the north at 18th Street North, there's a potential, we could close the road, or if we did a roundabout option, it would probably be a lot nicer to be able to close down the road while you built the roundabout. There's other back ways, but otherwise, it's always possible, that we could phase the entire corridor. So there's a couple more options to the north in terms of how we handle traffic. But to the south, we really need to phase it in order to provide access at all times. So maybe that's the only other access thing I didn't mention. So with that, I'll turn it over to questions, and I can share the roll plots if you prefer, versus looking at the PowerPoint. If there's anything you want me to click back to, I'm happy to do that as well.
Thank you, Jonathan. Are there any questions?
Court Buffington, MMTC member. I don't know if this is the right place or time to ask it. Jonathan, that was a great presentation, by the way. Lots of good info. I followed it pretty well. I'm also fairly new here and trying to get my legs under me. I realize this is a concept right now, not a finished drawing. So the question might be as much for David as it is for you. But I think from a bicycle pedestrian standpoint, my biggest concerns about this plan would be how the intersections are treated, the treatments at the intersection, more than whether it's multi-use or whether there's a protected bike track. For example, the existing roundabouts farther north on Wakarusa, which I travel frequently, are extremely dangerous. trying to get across there, either walking or with a bicycle, either one. So I think it's, in an intersection would be about as bad, but I see in the city's, in the city's bikeway design guide, there is a lot of information about things that can be done at treatments at those intersections to improve it. And if the roundabout is considered an unsignalized intersection, actually the treatments that are on the other roundabouts farther north don't meet the city's requirements as listed on Appendix 42 in the bikeway design guide now. So I was wondering if you or David could talk a little bit about how those intersections would be treated for cyclists and pedestrians.
David, I'm happy to say some things, but I would defer to you first if you would like.
Yeah, Dave Cronin, city engineer. I think with the roundabout option, we would need to look at whether or not we're going to have pedestrian signals there. When the roundabouts to the north were constructed, on dual lane roundabouts, typically wasn't recommended to use the RRFBs at crossings. So that might be a treatment that could be used if the roundabout option, if we went with that for bikes and peds. Other than that, I don't know if I have anything at the moment for other improvements. John, did you have any thoughts on any other improvements we can incorporate into the design?
Yeah, I think as you mentioned, the RRFBs at a multi-lane roundabout, there's some questions nationwide. I think that's still a discussion point. Actually out here, I'm actually in Hayes, Kansas right now. I've got a meeting tomorrow, but they're building like 5.5 roundabouts on their main drag called Vine Street. If you ever get out here, you're driving maybe to Colorado or Goodland for vacation. I'd recommend getting off here. They got a peanut about. They got a little bit of everything, but I did notice that they did treat their multi-lane crossings here, which is a KDOT oversight project with the RRFBs. And so certainly that seems to be the route KDOT's heading in. As far as other intersection treatments, you're right. I mean, every time you have an intersection with any kind of a bike facility or ped facility, that's always a potential issue, at least at public intersections, Turnberry, 18th Street, Research Parkway, Clinton Parkway. Some of the, I think, strategies would be to try to pull some of those crossings back away from the main line and get just a little bit more sight distance and ability for shortening the crossings through the intersections. The more we can get that bike path a little bit further off, and I think whether it's the bike path or the cycle track on the west side, we may have some opportunities to push those facilities back a little bit, give traffic that's turning a little bit more of a ability to interact with those bicycles versus running them over, preferably. But those are kind of the main options. And then the cycle track, I think there's a couple ways we could treat that at the intersections. I think the way I would lean personally would be to combine the cycle track and the pedestrians, maybe 50 feet in front of the intersection, and then have them cross similar to like any kind of shared use path type crossing. You could potentially keep them separated, but I think from an ADA standpoint, I would like to have the truncated domes across the entire stretch of that. And so I think when you do that, it makes sense maybe to carry both of those maybe together. And, as that bike comes up to the intersection, if there's people there, maybe that's just another opportunity to slow down a little bit and look for a car over your shoulder. But that would be, there's no perfect solution as long as you have bikes and peds in the same corridor. You're going to be dealing with that, but those would be a couple of the options that we would look at as we do the design.
I might encourage you to look at things like the green paint in the road, et cetera, anything to try to keep the cars from rushing the intersections and the the crossings for pedestrians and cyclists. That's a big problem with the existing ones up here, especially the slower, the less traveled cross streets. Cars get backed up and they're waiting and don't leave room at the crosswalks.
Yeah,
Maybe if there was a little bit better delineation across there where it is, they'd leave a gap.
right. And that, I do think, we would follow any city policy on where they would, whatever the city policy is in terms of marking crossings, whether it's a shared use path or a dedicated bike facility. I anticipate we would follow, basically whatever the current city recommendation is.
This is Commissioner Bryan, MMTC. This question is probably for David. Michael Allman has raised the question about the city policy about those pavement markings, the green pavement markings. And Jonathan just mentioned he would follow city policy. Is there a policy in place already for the green pavement markings? Or would that need to be put in place for Jonathan to follow?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. There's not a policy in place for green pavement markings. We're have a consultant reviewing the use of that, doing a review to help us develop a policy for pavement markings.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is Commissioner Baltusca with the MMTC. Jonathan, you had a slide showing some safety comparisons between the roundabout versus just regular signal intersections. I was curious, is that just specifically for car crashes, that data?
Yeah, that would be probably more vehicular type review.
Right. So my question would be, what does it look like in terms of pedestrian and bike safety? Like, is a roundabout a higher rating of safety than just a regular signaled intersection?
I guess I don't have that number on hand, but I think just my, I guess if I had to take a guess, I think the roundabout would probably show a greater safety than the traffic signal. But I'd have to double check that with current crash modification factors. Looks like Commissioner Payden has her hand up, maybe.
Go ahead, Erin.
Yeah, I actually have several comments on this because I believe I was on Bicycle Advisory Committee when the first roundabout on Wakarusa went in, the multi-lane roundabout. And I remember it was sort of a discussion because it was presented that roundabouts were much safer for all three, bicycle, pedestrians, and cars. And after I remember there was an engineer that showed up, but he wasn't a transportation engineer. He was just I think Chip Howitt showed up and talked about that roundabouts are safer for bicycle, pedestrians, and cars if they are single lane roundabouts. So at that point, I started doing a lot of research and found, I think, I couldn't tell you who it was. I was just kind of trying to look, but I believe it was like a Federal Highway Administration. There were several other places that talked about roundabouts are less safe for bicyclists and pedestrians if they're multi-lane roundabouts. And after sort of watching this go in and experiencing some of that, I can appreciate that. I mean, traffic lights aren't particularly safe either from what I can tell. And I'm not speaking in hypotheticals here. At the intersection of Clinton Parkway and Lawrence Avenue, I believe it was a little over a year ago, my neighbor was killed. She was visually impaired and she was walking with her guide dog. And I bring it up because she walked that intersection every day and I think all of us worried about it. But I also feel like she couldn't have crossed, this particular intersection. Now, there aren't many visually impaired people in Lawrence, but I think it's also important to think about. I'm going to sit here and talk about this, but at the same time, I don't know that I have a clear, yes, we should put this roundabout in, or, we should keep a traffic light. I guess I don't have a clear feeling on that at this point, just because I think we already have roundabouts there. They are cheaper. It's sort of a suburban environment. I've seen roundabouts that are good, say in the Netherlands, but they're very, very different. It's a very, very different built environment. So I guess maybe I might have some thoughts and some questions on that. Jonathan pointed out that it has a level of service of A with a roundabout and C with a traffic signal, but I believe that is also only based on cars and the crash data, which was 19% and 5%, but that's based on cars also. And so I would kind of be interested in knowing how that breakdown is different for bicycles and pedestrians, and would love to look at that more.
And I don't know, Dave, well, I guess a couple of things. One, as we talk about the multi-lane approaches to a roundabout, absolutely right there that, there are some decreases potentially. And that's why the ADA, is recommending traffic signals at multi-lane approaches as part of PROWAG, if you're familiar with that document. And then there's some other traffic issues associated with that. The FHWA roundabout guide actually has, when discussing the use of RRFBs at roundabouts, you can actually put an auditory cue that's associated with that, that's intended to help the blind pedestrian or low vision pedestrian, that says that the RRFB is turned on, but the RRFB does not necessarily require traffic to stop like a hybrid signal would. And so if you put in a hybrid signal, you could do that as well. There's some support to do a single pole mounted hybrid signal. So instead of doing the mast arm over, you would just do a signal on the right hand side. And that a little bit, has the advantage of drawing the driver's eye over to that signal and right where your pedestrian would be standing. And so I think there are treatments that have come across that may be a little bit more amenable to your old fuddy-duddy traffic engineer from a traffic standpoint, but that also try to accommodate that pedestrian concern. The other option I think that's been very shown to be effective is a raised crosswalk through the roundabout, increases yield behavior. And so while that may have some other maintenance issues but it certainly, slows that traffic down as they come into that intersection. And so you'd have to balance the drainage and some of the maintenance issues, but, that could be a treatment that is explored as well. Whether the city would try that out or not, I guess I would defer to Dave on that issue. But I don't know, I guess, Dave, the other question I would have, the city actually did the crash review out here. I know there are several right angle crashes as well as the rear ends. So the left turns should help with the rear ends. The roundabout definitely helps with the right angle crashes. I'm not aware of pedestrian accidents, but that could be because this isn't a very friendly corridor for pedestrians to be in. So there's a variety of ways that you can look at what the data is out there, but maybe Dave has a comment on that issue.
Yeah, Dave Cronin, city engineer. I don't have the crash history with me. I know Dustin was looking into it. We were also reaching out to KDOT for some safety improvement funds to see if the number of crashes warranted safety improvement money to put in a roundabout similar to monies we received for the 2 roundabouts to the north on Wakarusa. But overall, yeah, there's pros and cons with each treatment. With the traffic signal, you have more controlled pedestrian crossings and signals, but you also have higher speeds of traffic and more turning movements. And so with the roundabout, you have less conflicts and less turning movements and slower speeds, but there's still exposure for bikes and peds at roundabouts. And so I think, with the design, we're looking at, there's a lot going on with the two options. There's the right of way that we need to put them in, the cost, and then the safety aspects. So I think we need to review the crash history a little more and see, if we were going to go with a roundabout, what additional treatments we could use to increase safety. We've done some stamped concrete for the crosswalks at roundabouts, and then outlined those with pavement markings to have a little more presence for crosswalks at roundabouts. So that's something that we've been doing in the past. But there's a lot of different factors to consider.
Could we, Aaron Payton, Commissioner, could we pull up that image of that roundabout again real quick? Would that be possible?
Yeah, let me actually share the roll plot this time. And this is the shared use path option. And this would be your roundabout at that location.
So I have a question. You'd mentioned raised crosswalks. I assume those, or I'm guessing those raised crosswalks, so you could do a raised crosswalk there. I'm asking just because I didn't know if that was something we typically did on the arterial. So I didn't know if you were just talking about like 18th.
Yeah, this is Dave Cronin, city engineer. We would not put in a raised crosswalk across Wakarusa.
That's what I assumed.
Yeah, it's an arterial street, and so that wouldn't be a typical application. On the side road, that would be a possibility, but not across an arterial street.
Aaron Payton, Commissioner. So I think it would feel maybe more comfortable as long as you were just crossing those 18th Street, and I don't know if that remains 18th Street. I can't remember now. So maybe the thought is more how do people cross Wakarusa in this particular.
Yes, Dave Cronin, city engineer. So the Wakarusa crossing could be either a pedestrian signal, whether it's a Hawk signal or RFB is not traditionally a signal, but it is used for crossing treatment. So there could be something we would anticipate including some sort of signalization for pedestrians crossing 4 lanes of Wakarusa.
Fort Buffington, MMTC again. I think, I don't do this. You guys do this for a living. You know the details of what things have been tried. And looking at the diagram there, and then farther back on some of the streets coming in, the smaller ones, I think, and Commissioner Payton probably said it far better than I did, but that gelled my thoughts around the idea that the 2 we have up north, the crossings just don't work well. And I get it. I mean, it was new when we did it. We tried something. I think we learned from that. And I would just like to see the city try something different, additional down south. I realized that until we do it, we won't know how well it works, and no one can predict that. The one thing I would like to not see is that we just do the same thing we did before, because we know those are dangerous and they don't work well. I would be interested in what other commissioners think about the idea of some latitude, but let's try something different.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. I have several thoughts. First of all, Cassold and Wakarusa were originally designed to be trafficways. What is the function of a trafficway is my first question. What are we trying to accomplish? Speed is a problem on both of those trafficways. And for some reason, we don't feel obligated to do anything about that. And I think if we slow down the speed, we could take care of some of the crashes. What about the city bus? Is the city bus going to be on this stretch anywhere? And where would it pull over and where would the bus stops be and how would the pedestrians get to them?
I can just briefly address that. I'm not sure exactly in the corridor where the bus stops, but this is on the, I believe, Route 9, so South Iowa to 6th and Wakarusa. And so if you're at a traffic signal, it may make sense to have a stop, right at the crossing. If we have a roundabout, it's probably, you're going to want to have that stop a little bit different. But wherever we do have, and we'll coordinate actual stop locations with Lawrence Transit, wherever you have that, we will meet the ADA with the 8-foot by 5-foot minimum platform, that would get from the sidewalk to the back curb.
Okay, thank you. And I want to point out that there are a lot of hazards on this street. I'm not sure we should have pedestrians on it. When you have that many lanes and all those turns possible, it's not safe, period. They would even have to cross bicycle lanes.
Excuse me, MMTC. Carol, I'm going to have to disagree on this one because given the grid layout of our city west of Iowa, if you want to get from north to south, your options are Castle and Wakarusa. That's pretty much it. I mean, technically Inverness and Crestline do go through, but not really. I mean, if you want to go someplace that has a destination on it, you're going to be in Wakarusa or Castle. So because of how we've kind of painted ourselves into a corner with this, not particularly great built environment, we're kind of stuck with people having to be on this road. So unfortunately, if you would like to walk, but can't really afford to live in Old West Lawrence or East Lawrence or whatever, then you're probably kind of stuck out here. And if you still do need to walk or bike to get around, this is the arterial. It's not pretty, but it kind of is what it is. I mean, we're not exactly going to change our curvilinear built environment in the suburbs anytime soon, but kind of the least we can do at this point is make the arterials at least, possible to traverse on foot or bike.
Well, and I don't disagree with that, Carol Bowen, Commissioner. But I'm trying to, does a pedestrian really want to go the full length of the street? Why don't we have mid-block crossings? Why do we have to cross at the intersections? Are there safer places to cross?
Yeah, I think if there were attractors, if you will, that makes a mid-block crossing a lot more attractive. I think the reality is that people do use Wakarusa as bike and peds. And so if you didn't provide any accommodation, you'd see the footpaths and the grass probably pretty quickly. But I think as far as mid-blocks, yes, there are quite long stretches where you don't have the opportunity to cross, but there's not a lot of pedestrian demand to get into the city water plant. Really, the demand is coming out of the neighborhoods. Personally, I access Wakarusa, and when I'm on my bike and get up to Bob Billings to the bike lanes.
Mm-hmm.
So taking a bike through this area definitely is.
However, there would be bus stops.
Right. That's right. But you've got to get from the bus to somewhere, and that takes a sidewalk.
Well, but you have to cross the street to get to the bus stop sometimes. It depends on which way the bus is going.
Right. Yep, that's right.
This is Commissioner Bryan. So there are 2 bus stops at that intersection, and you would cross at the intersection. It would not make any sense to cross mid-block anywhere along that section. I was going to ask a question about the bus stops. If the roundabout was installed, I imagine the bus stops would need to be further north and south. Is that an appropriate assumption, or is there some other way the bus stops would be configured?
No, I would agree that you would not want your bus stop right in the splitter island.
So that in that case, then I suppose your bus stops could be pushed further away from each other. Maybe that would create some possible need for a mid-block crossing, but I'm not this seems like a complicated intersection to be trying to put a roundabout. Just my opinion, but I'd like to hear others' thoughts on that.
This is Commissioner Baltuska, MMTC. Jonathan, you mentioned lower maintenance costs with the roundabout. I was just wondering if you know on what scale is that cost savings? Like, is there a return on investment that the city would get from, how many years do they save? How many years would the roundabout pay itself off in maintenance costs?
Yeah, I'm going to have to probably defer to Dave if he knows on that. I don't have a good answer for you in terms of, what it costs to maintain a signal every year. But if you figure, say $600,000 different, over a 20-year lifespan, you can just divide those two and see how much a signal would cost to run, to just do a straight up comparison between the two. But Dave, do you have any idea on that, what you've seen elsewhere in town?
Yeah, Dave Cronin, city engineer. I don't have the number on the top of my head, but we've looked at that before. Sometimes when we've compared roundabouts versus traffic signals, we've looked at the installation cost too of the signal. There's a lot of equipment costs with the signal. Here, there's a lot of right-of-way costs with the roundabout, which makes that much more expensive. But off the top of my head, I think like maintenance, electricity, I think it was around $10,000 maybe a year. Somewhere it wasn't really, really high, but every, so often we have to go back, we have to go out there once or twice a year and do maintenance on the signals, look at the timing, replace equipment. So there's certainly equipment costs, and then there's electrical costs as well. So I think there's, the operational cost of the roundabout. Obviously, you don't have all that equipment out there. It's also more efficient for vehicles to get through. Jonathan mentioned the level of service A versus C. So you can also see that in time and emissions. You're not sitting at a traffic signal. Particularly when you don't have traffic on the other leg, you can proceed into the roundabout and keep moving. So there's some user savings too for the public that's going through the intersections. And there's been studies that have been done to look at that. We haven't looked at that with this particular intersection, but I think just generally speaking, it is less expensive for users as well, vehicular users to drive through the roundabout versus the traffic signal. So I think operational and user costs are less, but we have not quantified them on this project. But I think that's important to the discussion. And it, really ties into sustainability. We were just talking about sustainability in the study session, and there's some sustainability aspects, I think, with a roundabout that you don't get with the traffic signal.
Fort Buffington, MMTC. Dave, is there any benefit towards doing the same thing that we've done on the north side of that road for consistency's sake?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. Can you clarify, Court? You mean the bike lane?
No, just roundabout versus signaled intersection. We've put the two nice roundabouts in north of Bob Billings. I'm wondering if there's any advantage towards doing the same thing we did on the north leg, on the south leg, the consistency of using roundabout versus signaled intersections, if there's an advantage.
Yeah, Dave Cronin, city engineer. There can be an advantage to having it consistent and having, there's user expectations. You're going through several roundabouts. You just expect to see them versus having a bunch of signals and then a roundabout out of nowhere. But in this location, I don't know if there's any, in my opinion, any pros or cons to being consistent. We have a signal at Bob Billings, so you're already going through another signal. You don't want, usually don't want roundabouts close to signals, because when the signal backs us up, queues up, it could influence the roundabout. But here, I think it's spaced far enough away that I wouldn't see any impacts between Bob Billings and 18th Street. I guess personally, I don't see any benefits just because we have some to the north. We should do one here. But I do believe they when they're designed appropriately, roundabouts can have benefits at intersections like this. So.
This is Steve Evans. If I could jump in quickly here, just a couple of quick comments. I used to bike and walk through 19th and Barker, and biking on a single lane roundabout is, not a big deal. I think most people would agree. Walking is another issue, and it seemed like when I tried to walk through that area and there was traffic, I'd be standing there and waiting for the traffic to get through, and the cars are probably thinking, what's this guy doing? Is he just standing there, and why doesn't he go? So it was always very confusing and very uncomfortable, and I really don't know what to do about that. I know there's graphics, but for a pedestrian, even on a simple roundabout, I struggled, and I'm probably not the only one. With regards to Wakarusa, I really think it would be good to have a shared use path on both sides. I don't think the cycle track works too well. I'm not sure one-way cycle tracks, are something that would work here, and I know the community is pretty comfortable with shared use paths. So my comment would be, it would be nice to have that 10-foot shared use path on both sides. And the second comment I would have would be from the transition to from the shared use path to the street. And I forget exactly where that was. At Research Parkway. I think it would be it would be my preference to keep that shared use path all the way to Bob Billings and not have that transition for, I guess, a relatively short distance there, all things considered. And I know some bikers might not want to use this because of that transition. Pure and simple, they just don't want to be in the streets. So if they could at least get to Bob Billings and go either east or west on those shared use paths, it would kind of create a more clear path for probably a pretty high percentage of people that would bike out here. Thank you.
Fort Buffington MMTC. Steve, that's a great point. As someone who does cycle this stuff a lot, transitions are by far the most difficult of any kind. Greatest deal of confusion, and that's probably where most of my close calls are, is in a transition.
Right, I agree. I guess once you get used to it, you can handle it, but it's still pretty nervous, even if you're familiar with the area.
Excuse me, MMTC. Oh, sorry. Charlie, go ahead.
Well, this is Commissioner Bryan. I was just going to point out and maybe ask the question, like, we're not being asked to do anything north of Research Parkway. So the on-street infrastructure that exists north of this isn't part of our project scope, is it?
At this
Dave
time,
Cronin?
oh, sorry.
Yeah, it is not.
Thank you.
All right. Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. I had a whole bunch of technical questions. So I guess Carol, stop me if we run too long, but I kind of wanted to dissect a couple of parts of this. So let's see. The first one, I was going to ask for Dave, what are the design standards for lane width and curb to curb width on an arterial like Wakarusa?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. We've been using 11-foot lanes on arterial streets.
Okay. Does that 11-foot lane, can that include the 2-foot curb and gutter, or does that have to be exclusive?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. We've not used the curb and gutter as part of the lane width. So it's the curb and gutter has been outside that 11 feet.
Okay. And currently on the inner travel lanes on Wakarusa, what is the lane width of those lanes?
Dave Cronin, can you please repeat the question?
Sure. So on the current configuration of Wakarusa in the project scope area, the 2 inner lanes that don't touch a curb, what is the width of each of those lanes?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. I think they're all 12-foot lanes plus 2-foot curb and gutter. So we had 52-foot back to back. Is that correct, John?
I was actually just pulling up Google Earth so I could measure it as we talk, but I believe that's correct.
Okay, cool. Thanks. That's the first one. The second question I had was, what are the pinch points where we can't have the full cycle track and sidewalk combo concept? Because I think I read in the slides, and I think you probably went over this. There's a couple of spots where it may be difficult to have the one-way cycle track and sidewalk on both sides of the street. Is that correct, or did I read that wrong?
No, I think we can fit them in, but we are going to need to use something slightly less than what the city criteria would be. So we would fall back on national criteria of a 5-foot bike lane versus 6.5 foot, and a 2-foot curb offset versus a 3-foot curb offset. And the reason for that is really trying to stay out of the transmission line on the east side of the road, as well as, you know, everybody's backyards, if we can help it.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks. So that brings me to kind of one of the bigger questions that I had, and that was, what is the rationale for the median down the middle of the road? Does the road actually need to be divided? And if the purpose of the median is to slow down drivers, it would probably make sense to keep it as is, because that perceived danger of a potential head-on collision is the kind of thing that makes drivers kind of perk up, pay attention, slow down a little bit, or just having cars be a little closer to each other if you have skinny lanes. So if we are looking to maybe slow people down a little bit, or actually passively enforce that 45-mile-an-hour speed limit, it seems to me that it would make more sense to just keep it as it is and have drivers pay attention instead of having the forgiving strip in the middle. That would also add landscaping costs and width to the right of way and all that stuff. So I guess, yeah, was there an initial rationale for including the median?
Well, I think for a lot of the facility, really it accommodates your left turn lanes. And so are you seeing my roll plot now?
Mm-hmm.
So just starting at Clinton, you know, there's your dual lefts. Then we're able to squeeze in a left turn, dedicated left turn to Wakarusa Court. And then you'd have, you know, basically dedicated left turn for your fire station and Innsbrook, as well as Turnberry. And the north of that is where we would introduce that raised median, which I think historically has been shown to, you know, reduce speeds. You know, when drivers have that little bit of a vertical edge, I think actually maybe outranks the fear of a head-on collision. But then again, we open that up to dedicated left turn lanes throughout. So I think the space is probably needed regardless. And then the question is, do you want that to try to provide a little bit of a traffic calming benefit, maybe reduce some of the overall pavement amount versus just opening that up? You could have a flat paved median all the way through, like a fifth lane all the way through. But I think the idea was to try to introduce a little bit of aesthetic benefit, as well as try to reduce speeds where we could.
So
the other benefit, one other benefit of the raised median, at least in one location, is we are showing to do a little bit of access management. So instead of doing a full access here at the Corporate Center Drive, we would show more of a right in, right out situation, which would hopefully benefit from a little bit of a safety aspect.
All right, now I'm curious. I didn't realize there was access management involved as well. So it looks like that would maybe not help the address there, because then the people who work or live there are not really sure what that is. All of a sudden, now they can't go left to go north on Wakarusa. Is that something that was asked for, or is it to protect something else?
I think that's part of a broader city policy, but they would have full access at 18th Street. So there's still full access from the south to that business, but this secondary access would be reduced to the north.
Okay, I didn't realize that was the same business. Okay, so I think in terms of if we absolutely have to have a center turn lane at a lot of points throughout the street, then I would definitely personally prefer having a raised median over having a flat turn lane for the whole length. But I guess my question is, there currently isn't a median, and people do make left turns on this street. It doesn't seem particularly high traffic. I know the traffic counts are high, but it is also 2 lanes in both directions. So, I mean, are there instances during off-peak hours where people trying to make a left turn onto these non-signalized intersections that they're actually backing cars up, to an excessive degree, or can you just go around because there's a separate lane?
Well, I think the bigger issue more than operations is a safety aspect. And so I think what you'll find when you review the crash data is there are a lot of rear end crashes in the corridor. And so when you have somebody, especially in higher traffic volumes, there's going to have to be somebody that's going to have to wait for oncoming traffic before they can make that left turn. And right now with an undivided 4 lane, they're sitting in the faster of the 2 lanes. And so you've got traffic that's slowing down and turning, mixing with people that are trying to pass other people. And so that combination leads to a lot of rear end crashes. And so that left turn lane is really as much of an operational thing. It's really got a very big safety benefit.
Okay. So let me see. I can understand that. And all right. So it sounds like then that was going to be another question, is like, what kind of crash data was actually available? Did it show a lot of cars running off the road, or head-on collisions, or rear end? It sounds like rear end is the most common. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say rear end, and then around 18th Street, there's a fair bit of angle crashes. So that is also not uncommon throughout the corridor.
Okay. So I guess the reason that I'm asking about things like lane widths and median widths, and even the necessity of a turn lane to begin with, is all kind of building up to trying to make the section work for not just cars, but for everybody, and to kind of be fair and equitable for everybody, instead of having to take away space from bikes and peds to make sure cars aren't inconvenienced in the slightest. So when it comes to the typical section, it seems like on the east side of the road, the options are either have pretty much no buffer between 45-mile-an-hour traffic and bikes, or maybe scooch the whole road over, which it sounds like is an infrastructure issue or buried infrastructure, or maybe reduce the width of the median lane to add that 2 or 3 extra feet of grass median to at least be somewhat of a buffer to those using the bike path. So I'm just trying to find a way that we can make it safer for the users on the east side of the street and not just on the west side, to make sure that there is that a little bit extra safety. So it's not just forgiving for cars, but forgiving for cyclists as well. So I guess to that effect, it sounds like, having now run through the options of limited easements on the east side, I guess you have to have the center turn lane and or the median, which leads us to the west side now. So you were saying earlier that having the road over the water main is undesirable, but when you were going to this north end of the street, it looks like the water main is under the road. So it clearly can be done. Is there any reason that we can't just scooch the whole road over to actually accommodate bikes and peds on the east side?
Yeah, so that's good eye there. I think to the north, it's a little bit different water main, and it's already under the road, where to the west, and we're actually doing potholing, we call it. So we'll do some hydro excavating and actually survey the top of the existing water main. We have some GPS points from the city. But if you go out and drive the corridor, particularly through this area in front of the city yard and the firehouse, the existing ground sits up a little bit higher than the back of the curb. And so in order to extend the roadway out at the slope it is and the current profile it is, you're actually going to be reducing the cover over top of that existing water main. And then in order to be able to accommodate your storm drains and all your inlets, you know, there's going to be a physical conflict between where that water main is and where the you know, the back of curb would be, which would provide for your drainage aspects. So that's really what we're up against. There's a couple pretty major water lines, and then once you get north of the plant, it switches to a little bit different flavor of water line. And we're actually able to move that curb line a little bit further west through that area where we can split the right of way just a little bit more. It's really in the southern part of the corridor where we've tried to hold that west curb line to avoid the major water mains.
Okay, so it sounds like then the conflict of the storm drains and the storm sewers itself could be maybe more of the deciding factor here. And also that there's just not enough cover where the elevation of the road currently sits, that you would have to either raise it somehow, which would probably be pretty expensive, or just have lower cover. So I'm seeing north of Bob Billings here. Let me just make sure I'm in the right place. Yeah, it looks like I'm north of Bob Billings here on the city's interactive GIS, that the storm sewer and the water main actually switch places. And then the stormwater is now outside of this 24-inch main and then crosses at multiple points. So it seems like it is done elsewhere. It's not like this is I guess, an unprecedented thing that can be done, but perhaps the problem is it's just too big of a main. I don't know. I'm not super familiar with the infrastructure in this area. So
yeah, I think you could do anything if you have an unlimited budget.
Yep. So I guess in that case, given all these constraints that we're up against, what I'm trying to say is if there's any way that we can somehow better protect cyclists on the east side of this road, whether that be shrinking it to a 10-foot shared use path, which is, you know, not the worst, it's definitely better than what we have now, or keeping it as far away from the road as it can be for the places that there is enough right of way, and where there isn't, maybe putting some sort of, I don't know, even a fence almost, just to make sure that there's forgiving design, not just for cars, but for cyclists as well. So anyway.
Bowen, Commissioner. I like the idea of consistency and tying into what we already have on Wakarusa. And I'm getting back to my original thought on function. And I think the shared use path on each side really serves a purpose on a street like this. And my concern still remains, we had 2 fatalities on Clinton Parkway, and Clinton Parkway is very similar to this. And if we can learn anything from Clinton Parkway and apply it to this, I would feel good about that.
Yeah, and I would assume that the fatalities in those cases were not due to the shared use paths, but in fact were due to the design of the intersections, because that's where they happened, right? So it seems to me that stoplights maybe aren't a great solution here, which is why I'm personally in favor of the roundabouts, but I was going to get there in a few. Sorry, I had a couple more here. So this is more for staff and actually for us as well as the commissioners. So I look back at the March agenda item just to kind of refresh my memory on how this all started. And the agenda item from staff mentioned that there was going to be a public engagement component to this project. Then when I read the RFP itself, the only thing about public engagement was that there had to be 2 MMTC presentations and then 1 public engagement meeting. And it sounds like what that's going to be is after the conceptual design is already approved by MMTC and staff, then it'll go to the public. And it seems to me that this is how we get ourselves into these problems where the public ends up having a whole bunch of negative comments against something because they weren't consulted by the time there was actually something they could do about a design that they maybe didn't love, like East 19th Street, for example. So I know we often come across the question of like, how early is too early to involve both MMTC or the public in the design of pretty major projects? It seems to me that this could have been done a little bit better and that we could have maybe had the consultant talk to the public before there was a conceptual design generated, maybe have a charrettes like you would do in architecture to try to see what features do you want from this? How do you feel this road should look? What are your most, what are your greatest concerns about danger on the road as a pedestrian or as a driver? And it sounds like some of that was done with the businesses who cared enough to respond. But I don't know. It just seems like this is maybe a lesson we can learn for future big projects, that when we're asking for public engagement, are we asking to check a box or to actually get input from the public? And if we're asking for their input after the conceptual design is done, what are you going to do, right? I mean, it's kind of already in motion. So just, I guess, a warning from myself and us other commissioners to kind of be a little bit more on guard for that in the future. Next thing is about trees. I don't see any of those in the conceptual plan. That may be because that's the stage that we're at in the design. But is there any opportunity for street trees either along the road or in the median or really just anywhere? This is a question for John probably, but also Dave, are there any regulations against having trees in the median? Is it a KDOT thing or do we own this road?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. We haven't got into that level of detail yet on these plans. We've included trees on projects before. There's trees in the median on Clinton Parkway.
Right. I guess in that case, if we're not at that point in the design, I would just say, think about it.
I will say there will be some impacts to existing trees along the right of way to be able to fit in even a 6-foot sidewalk. But that certainly on the west and in the median, there's potential to include some plantings.
I would say if we want the median to be a traffic calming device, trees would go a long way to help that. And I have a feeling that's kind of the job they do on Clinton Parkway. So I think that'd be really good use of the median. Okay, got a question about how maintenance would be happening on the water line. So this gets to conversations that have occasionally popped up on MMTC, where if you have maintenance on roads, then you often will have a detour and traffic control and extra lanes and all sorts of stuff to make sure that the motorists aren't super inconvenienced. But when you have any sort of site work, like Casey's on 6th Street, for example, or Quick Trip on Iowa, anytime that the sidewalk is affected, it's just go to the other side of the street. There's never really any consideration given for pedestrians or cyclists. And I would kind of worry that the same thing would happen here, where if there's any maintenance that's done to those utilities, you know, it's okay to have them under the bike path because then you can just stop bike and pedestrian traffic. But if it was under the road, like, oh no, we're going to lose a lane. So I guess, is there any, how would maintenance happen on this? Will we basically lose the entire left-hand side of the street for bike and ped access?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. Maintenance of the utilities after the project is completed or
Right.
under construction?
Right.
Well, we prefer the utilities to be outside the roadway and prefer them not to be underneath bike facilities as well, so that we can access them without digging up pavement or sidewalks. So typically the water lines are at the back of the curb or behind the sidewalk and not under the pavement or under bike facilities. So there are some areas where we're constrained with right of way and the existing infrastructure where it needs to be either under pavement or under sidewalk. So we're not, it's not a matter of picking and choosing. And on this project, we're just trying to avoid the existing. It's a 24-inch transmission line, and we're trying to make sure we don't impact that. There's a significant cost with that.
Okay, all right, fair enough. All right, I want to talk about the roundabout. I know there's been a lot of discussion back and forth on to round or not to roundabout, and I would say in general, the idea of a roundabout, even the 2-lane style that we have here, there's just far fewer points of conflict here than there are with a typical 4-way signalized intersection. And yeah, the speeds are a little bit faster than a car actually at a stoplight, but at least there are fewer points of conflict, which is a good thing. That being said, even though we are adding a crosswalk at a space that didn't previously have one, I think a lot of the ideas that have been tossed around so far are sounding pretty good in terms of making it actually safe for pedestrians to cross. I guess I'm thinking particularly about folks with limited mobility who can't necessarily scoot across 10 feet or I guess 20 feet worth of road in a few seconds and actually take some time to get across. So what I've kind of learned from other countries that have a little bit more multimodal infrastructure, shall we say, is that things like raised crosswalks are a huge deal. And it kind of signals to the driver, like, you are entering the pedestrian realm for a sec, so slow your roll and, try to not run over whoever's in the intersection. And then you have things like rumble strips and those cool progressive zigzags that you see in some countries. I think Singapore has a lot of those. And you could even get a little fancier even and have some kind of solar powered motion sensor that can tell if somebody's actively crossing and flash an annoyingly bright LED at anybody who's driving. So you absolutely know like something is different than it normally is when I go through here. So it seems like to me, you know, when you're looking at the crosswalks across the more smaller residential side streets, then, you know, I think a raised crosswalk would probably be relatively appropriate there. It may or may not work across Wakarusa itself, but at least something to give pedestrians a fighting chance at not being, you know, clocked at 45 miles an hour. You know, some sort of flashing beacon that automatically activates, some different pavement markings, some kind of visual cues to tell you to watch out. Really anything to make it other than just a at-grade crosswalk would be super good. As to what Court was saying earlier, I just wanted to bump back to that. So Court, you were saying that, you know, we should probably try something different compared to the ones north. I would say this is different, simply because the bike path isn't on the street, which is really good. So rather than just eliminating the on-street bike lane and then kind of tossing you into the fray of traffic, here you are on a curb and significantly more separated from the traffic than you would be north. Yeah.
Court Buffington, MMTC. I was speaking specifically about crossing at the crosswalk locations, not whether it's a white stripe bike lane or multi-use or a bike track.
Okay, so just how the crosswalks are treated. So it sounds like we're probably then on the same page about having.
Yeah, I know. I'm usually the bicycle guy going off about the bike lane, but in this case, it was actually that crosswalk.
Okay, well, in that case, now I understand.
Okay, I'd like to hold off for just a minute here and check to see if anyone from the public wants to make a comment. Then we can bring it back to the commission. Is there anyone out there from the public who would like to speak? Michael? Go ahead, Michael.
Yes, this is Michael Allman, and I'm with Sustainability Action Network. Very great discussion. I also want to commend David Cronin for presenting all these options to look at things instead of just a cookie cutter. And Mr. Marburger for how he presented it. Very well done. Two things I'd like to speak about: the intersections and then the bikeways. And I'd like to make a case for the roundabout. There are all kinds of concerns that have been well described by all of you of the pluses and the minuses of a roundabout versus signalized intersection. But I think a question earlier about the whole corridor and having roundabouts to the north and how that affects this area. The roundabouts to the north and the balance of things slow down traffic. And I think adding a roundabout here will add to that tendency, just that the whole corridor consists of having roundabouts. The city of Lawrence, much to Mr. Cronin's credit, has been utilizing roundabouts more and more, and it's reduced the crashes. And people initially along Wakarusa, the public, were very concerned, about all the questions. And I think now that people have experienced roundabouts for the most part in the balance of things, most people like them. Now, granted, Commissioner Buffington's concerned and Kuzmiak's about the crossings. The best suggestion I heard, I think from Mr. Marburger, was to move the crosswalks and the bike crossing back farther away from the intersection. I think it's all about visibility, really. And this doesn't have to be a binary discussion. It doesn't have to be, is it signalized or is it a roundabout? There's a consideration, there's something called protected intersections, which are commonplace in some areas of Europe. I think there's a few in the United States as well. But basically, one of the main components of a protected intersection is that the crossings are moved farther away back so that when a vehicle comes around the corner, they're looking directly at where the crossing is instead of having it off to their side. So moving those crossings back away. And then, of course, policy or not, the city has dedicated, what is it, $380,000 for green pavement markings already, policy or not. The city wants to have green pavement markings. Mr. Cronin certainly can do them. It doesn't have to be stated in policy for us to do it, just like we don't have to have a climate plan yet before we start acting on it, right? So let's do green pavement markings or stamped concrete. You know, make these crossings very visible. Okay, about the bikeways. Slide, what is this? Slide number 18, the cost comparisons showing that the one-way bicycle track, which is what I'm advocating for, is a better solution. It's more attractive to the user. That attractiveness, what that really means is it's separated. It's perceived as safer. It is safer. And you have to remember, back in March, what predicated this whole discussion was that you looked at the initial proposal that would replicate what's north of Bob Billings with on-street bike lanes. And you said, we'd like to see separated bicycle facilities. That's why we have this here. So the one-way cycle track on both sides of the streets separated not only by a buffer, but by a curb as well. That's a great separation. And it's separated from the pedestrians, which is what pedestrians have been asking for all along as well. So that's definitely the better option. Well, okay, it costs $800,000 more. Not really. That's not an accurate comparison. What we really need to compare that one-way cycle track costs to is what was built north of Bob Billings. North of Bob Billings, there's two 10-foot wide SUPs and two 5-foot wide on-street bicycle lanes. That's a total of 20 feet concrete. Well, actually, or wait a minute, let's see, 30 feet of concrete. Actually, those bicycle lanes are double depth. Consider them as twice that because it's 12 inches of concrete, not 6 inches of concrete, like a cycle track or in a shared use path. So really, north of Bob Billings, there would be 20 feet worth of bike lanes and 20 feet worth of SUP for a total of 40 feet width of concrete. That's compared to 25 feet in the project we're talking about right here of a cycle track and a 6-foot sidewalk. That's the cost comparison we should be looking at. So basically, let's.
Michael, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you
That's
short.
fine.
I can see people are
That's
starting.
fine. I'm not finished. I've made my points. So
Okay.
I'm for the cycle track and for the roundabouts as long as they're designed properly. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other comments from the public?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. We don't have anyone else present in person or online for public
Okay.
comment.
David, would you clarify the rest of the process that the street is going to go through? There's going to be a public hearing and then another session with the commission. In what order will that happen?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. We're planning on having a public meeting this fall. It has not been scheduled yet, but anticipate that to occur here in the next month or two. I believe we need to do a little more review of these concepts, get some input from the public before we recommend a final design option. Like I said, we're early in the design. We just really got these here in the last couple of weeks and wanted to get them out in front of you to get some feedback and we've gotten a lot of great feedback, a lot of good discussion tonight. So,
Well, Dave, if I can interrupt just briefly, we could share, we do have a summary of all the people that we have talked to date up and down the corridor. And as you can imagine, some like roundabouts and some don't. Some like shared use paths and some don't. So it's a fair bit of mixed bag, but I think the big message was there are some safety concerns up and down the corridor, the ability to make turns and get through the corridor and get to their businesses or residences, as the case may be. The other thing that we're doing public outreach wise is we are meeting with the Brandon Woods Neighborhood Association or their HOA, as they would be impacted potentially by any right of way. And so I've offered to present at their meeting here in October. So we've talked to the executive director of Brandon Woods, who is also the head of the association and the nursing home aspects, but we are going to talk with their whole group here later this month as well. So we have been trying to do early and often public involvement, but as others have noted, in terms of scope and what the costs to have a consultant do, various levels, I think is where staff came down with where the RFP asked for. But I think we're doing maybe even a little bit above what was originally in the RFP for the project.
So it will have another public meeting and then back to the commission? Is that what I'm hearing? David?
Yeah, Dave Cronin, city engineer. We haven't anticipated bringing it back to the MMTC, but that may be appropriate to do so.
Okay, one more thing. Nick, I cut you off. Would you like to finish your comment on procedure?
It wasn't procedure necessarily. It was another kind of technical comment about the roundabout. This is probably a question more for Dave because it's street standard related. Is there a reason that the roundabout has to have the radius that it does? Because it seems like if it was a little bit smaller of a radius, like maybe eliminating that frankly useless sidewalk around it, then you probably wouldn't have to cut into adjoining property so much.
Yeah, Dave Cronin, city engineer. To adequately slow down the traffic, it needs to be a certain diameter. The smaller you make it, the more the faster vehicles can travel through the roundabout. So a lot of it's the deflection and trying to bring vehicles down to a speed of 20-25 miles per hour when they're circulating through the roundabout. So if you made it smaller, it would increase the speeds. And I think this is really about the smallest we feel comfortable going with as far as the size go. And in fact, if you were in a completely new area, building it from scratch, you may even make it a little larger.
Is it possible that the deflection could be increased if you don't have those medians on the approach and departure to the roundabout, and then leave the thing either the same size or even reduce the radius, and then kind of force cars to turn directly from the center line out around a circle instead of kind of, setting them up for not having a lot of deflection by having those medians? It seems like they're kind of working counterproductively to what you're saying we need to do to slow traffic down.
Yeah, Dave Cronin, city engineer. That's really getting into a lot of detail. I appreciate that. I think the medians provide some benefits for pedestrians crossing and a refuge in the middle. So there's some benefits there. And I don't know if it makes a significant impact on the overall design if you were to remove those, but we would recommend having some sort of median on all approaches to a roundabout. It's a standard part of the design for safety reasons.
Okay, Nick, the comment I wanted you to pick up on was before that, when we were talking about when the public would meet and so forth, and you were talking about the sequence of events.
Sure. Is there any elaboration you wanted? I mean, I don't think.
Would you restate that, please?
Sure. So we don't really have a policy in place yet. So I mean, it's not necessarily incumbent on either staff or on the consultant or us to really do anything because there isn't anything set in stone. And John, I think what you were saying is that, yeah, I mean, I agree. You guys basically have gone above and beyond what the RFP is even called for, which is good to hear. And I think it's kind of incumbent maybe on MMTC to try to drive the discussion on when does public engagement happen in big projects to make sure that we have, you know, happy stakeholders early on instead of finding out later that we have a, you know, a mob of pitchforks and, you know, torches later on that just weren't engaged early enough to actually make a difference. Because I feel like East 19th Street was pretty emblematic of how kind of not to do public engagement. So it seems like so far so good here, but I guess we'll see once the final design happens, right? Because a lot of times people don't necessarily follow MMTC very closely until it, you know, until they actually see the either the cones coming up or it's on city commission. Once it's actually more publicly broadcast, all of a sudden everybody cares. And unfortunately, that point's kind of too late. So I feel like we would maybe be prudent to try to write in, you know, maybe at least a charrettes session that every consultant should try to do at the beginning of the job to kind of just get the feel for what people are thinking this is supposed to look like, so they don't get, you know, completely surprised later on when it's actually presented.
I think, Jonathan, you showed us a real good preparation, and we really appreciate it.
It's Commissioner Brian, just kind of speaking to Nick's point, if the information that we've seen tonight could be at least made public, that might help the public better understand. I know just looking through our packet, we didn't receive this roll plot. And I'm having a hard time, honestly, understanding. Nick had asked some questions earlier about when it would have to, when the bike ped facilities would be narrowed down. And I'm not sure I understand. Are we talking about a continuous cycle track from one side to the other of this scope? Or are we talking about intermittent cycle tracks, shared use paths, sidewalks? It's hard for me to visualize that because we haven't seen this, and I can't review it very well with what we were provided. I don't know if there's a project website or some other place that information like this could be posted for the public to look at. I also on the public engagement piece, given the amount of time we've spent talking about the roundabout, if there's anything that's probably going to create kind of public dialogue, it's probably going to be this roundabout. Anything else I think would be incidental to this. So if there's a need to kind of narrow down what's focused on for the public, it might be this roundabout.
David, do we have to do anything in particular to close this discussion?
Dave Cronin, city engineer. No, I would say I do believe we need to do some more community engagement. We need to, I didn't hear consensus on any design from this group, and that's perfectly okay. And we'll bring this back. I don't know if it'll be a full agenda item, but we'll bring back probably following our public meeting information back to the board on an update.
Hey, Carol, this is Commissioner Brian again. I can quickly summarize. You asked for feedback on 3 items. I think it was the roundabout, the cycle track, and the raised medians. On the roundabout, I'm not fully sold on this. I know everyone else seems to be on board with it. The cycle track, I'd say the more the better. I know it seems like a new concept, but somewhere we've got to start showing the public what a cycle track looks like. I think the transition north on Bob Billings, going toward Bob Billings, is a pretty good transition, just what I can see on the visual. The separation on a shared use path of who's going to ride, where you're going to ride your bike, where you're going to walk. That's how I kind of interpret what we were presented tonight. Is we finally see essentially a shared use path that has a clear delineation between pedestrians and bicyclists. And I think Michael Allman mentioned that as well. And then the raised medians, I would appreciate seeing how the raised medians are going to slow traffic. And I think using trees might help with that. So I would be in favor of those raised medians. In addition to those three things that you asked for feedback on, there wasn't any discussion yet about the intersection at Wakarusa and Clinton Parkway. And when you were presenting that, John, I really appreciated the remarks around the driveway going into the nursery. And then also your comments around just how much traffic stacks up trying to get to the east there, going south, I guess. That intersection is really difficult, I think, for people that are going on in a vehicle. I think the 2 lanes would be a huge improvement. Most motorists would probably recognize that as a big improvement. And then moving the driveway over to Wakarusa Court would be probably really helpful for that business. So I appreciate you guys putting some time into that. I was going to ask a question earlier. Maybe I'll just throw it out there now. Is there a plan to connect to the SLT on Wakarusa, like continuing that south? Because that might change the number of cars that are trying to make that turn there to get onto Clinton Parkway. And maybe we don't need to have 2 lanes if we can just get people over to the SLT.
I would say that our analysis assumed the SLT will be built out. So that travel demand is really taking that into account already.
Okay. Well, I think that would be a big improvement for that intersection to have 2 turn lanes.
Hey, Kuzmiak, MMTC. This is kind of, I guess, a little bit off topic, but since that intersection is so crucial, it doesn't appear that the full intersection is within the scope of this project, right? But it does appear that it really affects a lot of how the southern end of the project looks. I almost wonder if it would be even possible to replace it someday with a roundabout, given the fact that it is, 2 lanes in each direction, I think. I think both those roads are 2 lanes in each direction, so pretty similar to what you have elsewhere. I mean, is there any chance of that happening to prevent all those backups of cars during waiting for left turns?
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. Clinton Parkway and Wakarusa, both of them are arterial streets, and it would need to be a very large roundabout, and we have not done a roundabout at that size in Lawrence, and I wouldn't recommend we entertain that option here. We are gonna we still need to do more work on Wakarusa approach on the south. Those improvements will be done with the South Lawrence Trafficway. We're going to talk about multimodal improvements here in a minute. And so what we do here to the north will need to line up to what we do to the south, which we're going to work on here. Staff's going to work on with KDOT and JO to make sure that that we're planning for the future. I would say we're going to talk about it here in a minute, but there will be a shared use path, I believe, along Wakarusa to the south on the east side of the road is what was proposed. But so there'll be some connectivity there. But yeah, we still have some work to do as far as this intersection and how it lays out in the future.
This is Commissioner O'Brien. Just maybe to close this up, if it's not scheduled to come back to MMTC, I think if there's going to be a roundabout that is proposed, then maybe that's the item that we can really see again. There's a lot of questions that, like, we talked a little bit about transit and where exactly those crossings would be, what the crossing treatment would be. I think a lot of those details would be helpful to see it before it maybe goes to the city commission. If it doesn't come to us, I'm sure city commission will be feeling a lot of, they'll have to deal with a lot of public engagement at their level. So it might be helpful if they can kind of hear things from our perspective before it gets to them.
Well,
I agree with Charlie, because we can make recommendations. We might say, focus on this, focus on that. After our discussion, here's what we think. we could make a recommendation right to the city commission. I think that'd be very appropriate.
May I ask a question? John Marburger with JEO. I wonder if it would be helpful if there's anything tonight that you saw that I think from our perspective, no matter which way we go, cycle track or shared use path, roundabout versus signal, I think they all can work. Is there anything you saw tonight that was just an absolute, don't do that, if bring that back to me, we're going to crucify you? Just first blush in terms of what you guys have seen this evening, is there anything that just stands out as, no, please don't do that? Or no matter what we bring back, at some point to keep the project moving on schedule, we will need to make some actual design decisions. And so I think that needs to be relatively soon to stay on the current schedule. Whether it's important to stay on the current schedule or not may be another discussion with city staff. But I think from your standpoint, if we come back to MMTC or we're at our public meeting, is there anything that you just think, guys, don't ever touch that issue, or is everything you saw tonight seem like somewhat of a workable plan that you believe the city would come out with a benefit and improvement from?
It's Commissioner O'Brien. It's not our place to be making decisions around the budget for a project, but as you kind of went through those possibilities, it looked like, there was a pretty big budget consideration. I would imagine that that's probably more of a, if there's a deal breaker, it's probably that, like if the city hasn't budgeted enough for a roundabout and a cycle track and all these other options, then that might take things off the table faster than we can.
I don't think we came to any conclusions. I think we came up with a lot of feedback.
Is there anything, now that we've had all this conversation, is there anything that we could come to a conclusion on? I mean, I know the roundabout's going to be up in the air, but the other items.
This is Commissioner Bryan. I'd like to see the support for the cycle track. I would like to understand, is it a continuous track, or is it going to be a little bit here and then it goes back to something else? And
I think it would be a continuous. The only difference would be, maybe how, and again, this is a concept drawing, so don't take this as gospel or what we're going to do. But as I zoom in here, one aspect would be to pull that sidewalk off just a little bit and let the cycle track go right through. Of course, if you're doing that, you're right by the main line. So I think some green pavement or some additional help would be good there. The other option would be to pull this all together, maybe back in this area as, you kind of dump everybody together before they get to an intersection, so that you can pull that full thing back and then start your separated cycle track, either side of the intersection. So in general, it would be a continuous cycle track all the way through the corridor, but how we accommodate, the particulars of the design at the intersection, I think that would be a discussion that we would want to have with city staff to try to make the best engineering solution there.
So Jonathan, what is the timeline that you're hoping for?
Well, in order to stay on the current schedule, we really need to get down to the dirty design and laying out cross sections. And to stay on the current schedule, we're really looking at probably 80 to 90% of that geometric layout complete by the end of the year. And so we can do that right now if we make some decisions, I would say, over the next month or so, in terms of solid guidance of this is what we're going to do, and we're not going to turn back and change our minds. That causes rework and additional schedule issues. And so it really is helpful to have some solid feedback, from you guys at this stage. If we don't, if we drag this out another 3 months before we decide cycle track versus multi-use path, I don't think there's going to be anything built next year. And so that, I think those are considerations that, staff will have to determine how important is that June letting, with the city budget and cash flow, et cetera, and the fact that the pavement's old and needs replaced. So I do think, at some point, you got to fish or cut bait in terms of these decisions. And that's why I'm kind of asking, if a decision's made that maybe you guys would have thought, I'd have done that different, but I'm going to be okay, versus, man, those guys better not even bring that thing, whatever it is, roundabout or cycle track up again. That would be really helpful feedback at this stage in the game, so that as those decisions are made, we know that, whether it comes back to MMTC or goes before the city commission, you guys have seen stuff that you think, well, that can work.
I think we feel a little handicapped because we have no input from the public. You have, that's fine. I like that. But we have not heard from the public. And I think perhaps the public meeting is more important at this point.
Yep. And this is Commissioner Baltuska for MMTC. I agree with leaning towards the cycle track. It's basically a better version of the shared use path because it's delineated, cyclist versus pedestrian. I think that's smart. And I think that would align better to, what you're tying into. I think that connection will just work out better. More logical connection, keeping peds and bikes separate throughout. And I'll say that, the roundabout to us for what was presented is sort of up in the air. It's a very expensive item for not a lot of data was presented to, reinforce spending that extra money. So if it's possible to bring actually safety data to where this is a lot of money up front, but you get the benefits of X, Y, and Z safety improvements to pedestrians and cyclists, that's an easier way to, make the argument for the roundabout. But I think what we're struggling with is just not having that data there to support, that big investment. It's hard to say, we definitely recommend that because we just don't know enough about it.
This is Commissioner Bryan. Also, Court had mentioned concerns around the two roundabouts north of this section. And I would like to understand, what he sees as having gone wrong with those two. It might be helpful to see, even staff present, here's what was done here, here's what was done at this other one, and here's what we're proposing, and why is this different? Have that more clearly articulated. I just quickly look at it and say, well, it looks pretty much the same as the ones, north on Wakarusa. So I'm not sure that we're not just repeating the same mistakes. If in fact we want to say that there was something wrong with the other two. So I'd like to know what really makes this thing different. And for me, it would be helpful to see that. How is transit going to be accommodated in this? And if we're going to move the crossings further back from the intersection, that might actually help transit. Of course, the transit user now might feel like they have to go a lot further to get back on the bus to go the other direction. But
yeah, I think that probably the two main differences, it's about the same size, just physically in order to accommodate it. We do get a little bit more of a shimmy in the alignment just to accommodate the offset roundabout. And so that in of itself will help, slow some of those speeds down. I think the other big difference would be how you accommodate any type of signalization or a rapid flashing beacon at the crossing across Wakarusa. Those, in my view, would be the two differences from what's to the north.
Folks, I'm really trying to close this down. We haven't heard from KDOT yet.
Well, this is Dave Cronin, city engineer. I would recommend that we, staff will debrief with the consultant. We've gotten a lot of very good comments. And we certainly have some more work to do. And I think we will bring this back to one way or the other. And I'll follow up with that in the next, probably at the next meeting, what the action plan will be.
Thank you. Can we move on? The next agenda item is KDOT, multimodal improvements on the South Lawrence Trafficway. Thank you, Jonathan.
You're welcome. Thank you for having us.
Hey, are you all ready, Dave and everybody?
We're ready.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dave Cronin, city engineer. I'll go ahead and introduce Chris Norton with KDOT and Jordan Herbert with HNTB, a consultant that is working on the South Lawrence Trafficway West Leg improvements. And I know there's a lot of interest in the multimodal aspects of the project, and particularly the connectivity with the Lawrence Loop. And so we are really early in the design stage with that project, at the field check stage. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chris and Jordan. I guess, Chris, do you want to go first?
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Good evening, commissioners. Chris Norton with KDOT. And I'm going to go through some basics of schedule and status, and then I'm going to turn it over to Jordan Herbert, who will get into the details of a multimodal along K10, but then at the interchanges that we're going to improve or upgrade to an interchange. Some of the basics schedule-wise, we are near the end of the 3-year SEIS process, which is the supplemental environmental impact statement process. The comment period ended just September 30th on that. We had a 90-day comment period after our public hearing meeting in May. So with that, when that happens, we do address the comments that are made. And at the end of that is when we send the final SEIS and the record of decision, the ROD, to the FHWA. We're expecting approval of that in December of this year. That's important because we are funded for right-of-way acquisitions and utility relocations, and we're talking about the West Leg SLT from I-70 to Iowa Street. 2 projects, but we're going to focus on the one project that goes from 6th Street clear south and east to Iowa Street. The other project is just a major system-to-system interchange up there with Farmers Turnpike, KTA, and K10. Let's see, I've lost track already, but we are about 50% design. We have met with city staff on occasions and just recently had some city staff input on some of the layouts you're going to see here tonight that don't reflect the changes we need to make. And some of them are kind of obvious that we do need to address, especially at Wakarusa, just for the amount of bikes that are there and even peds. So I think with that, I'll turn it over to, not funded for construction, but I hope next July of 22, when it will be moved to our IKE program, which is our current transportation program, the IKE program construction pipeline. If that occurs, we're anticipating a June 2024 construction letting for the 6th Street to Iowa portion. And that construction would be throughout the end of the 2024 calendar year through 25 and through 26, and probably get into a little bit of 27 to complete that 4-lane. It's a 4-lane freeway expansion. As you know, it's currently 2 lanes out there now. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jordan and he can share his screen, which he may already be doing.
Yes, can you all see the schedule? Okay, very good. Thank you for having us tonight. Jordan Herbert with HNTB, project manager for the design portion of the SLT West Leg project. So Chris hit on the the schedule here, I might just add, as part of the SEIS, which Chris described, has occurred over the last 3 years. We've had 4 public meetings, 5 advisory groups. So there's selected members of an advisory group that we touch base with often. Those 5 advisory advisory group meetings, several individual stakeholder meetings, including with Haskell Indian Nations University and the Chamber of Commerce, and then 5 presentations to elected officials. So robust public involvement, outreach, and includes coordination with city and county commissioners and city officials. I'm going to actually, the slides that were provided to you hit on Clinton Parkway, Wakarusa Drive, and US 59 and Iowa Street. I'm going to actually escape from this PowerPoint and share the roll plot and kind of give some definition to the projects that Chris was differentiating between. So the South project, or the 03 project, that's the project going to construction first in July 2024, is from just north of 6th Street, which is right here, all the way south and east to just east of US 59 Iowa Street. And again, that's a 2-lane conversion to a 4-lane freeway with interchange improvements at US 59, removal of the at-grade intersection and conversion to a grade separated interchange at Wakarusa, interchange improvements at Clinton, and tying into the interchange at Bob Billings, and the planned improvements at 6th Street, currently under design. The North project, or the 02 project, with a separate letting date, so it's going to construction just over a year after the South project, but will have overlapping construction schedules, is focused on the interchange with I-70, which will be removal of the conversion of the at-grade intersections at those ramps to a full free flow interchange configuration while maintaining access to and from I-70 K10 and to Farmers Turnpike to the north. And like Chris said and David said, we'll focus mostly on the multimodal improvements included with the project, and won't necessarily hit on all the different interchange alternatives considered, or what the typical sections will look like. But multimodal improvements including the shared use paths, sidewalks, bus accommodations in some locations, and others. So hope to hit on those all this evening at Clinton, Wakarusa, and US 59 in Iowa. So this is a zoomed in roll plot of the Clinton interchange. And this interchange, there's going to be significant changes from the existing interchange in terms of the main correction here is flattening the tight horizontal curve of K10 mainline, and it will be flattened and for a safer, more traversable curve that impacts the existing infrastructure. And what's currently proposed is a interchange with 2 roundabouts at the ramp terminals. Westbound K10 traffic will exit and enter the roundabout and can go east on to Clinton Parkway with what's called a bypass lane, or traverse the roundabout and go west. Traffic wanting to enter K10 going westbound would utilize the roundabout and enter through the typical entrance ramp. For eastbound, this is called a directional ramp for exiting traffic to enter the roundabout. And again, there's a bypass lane to turn around and go north on 900 Road. For entering traffic to K10, there's a loop ramp coming from the roundabout to get traffic from Clinton to eastbound K10. In terms of shared use path improvements, what's shown in yellow are shared use path, proposed shared use path connectivity throughout the interchange. And so I'll start from the east and go west, tying into the shared use path on both sides of Clinton Parkway and the relocated Lake Point Drive roundabout. We would continue the shared use paths on both sides and maintain one as you go on through the interchange on the south side of Clinton Parkway. So this is picking up where the connectivity of the loop on down to the south of Clinton, down to the south, and tying in to the existing loop path. There is proposed also continuing the shared use path on north up to the Clinton Lake Overlook Park entrance as well. To complete the connection of the loop, there is a crossing proposed on the east side of the westbound ramp terminal to tie back into the loop up to the north, just to the west of 902 Road. There is some right-of-way implications here. So this property will be acquired here to accommodate the new interchange and reestablishment of these driveways, which we continue to coordinate with the city and the county on to work through those improvements to the connectivity of the existing driveways. A couple things that we did, as Chris said, we are working with the city on addressing some comments we recently received during a review last week. We are planning to provide crossings on either side of the Lake Point Drive roundabout for connectivity to either side of Clinton Parkway. One thing we did discuss with David and his staff was consideration for a shared use path and being on a single side of Clinton Parkway. And the main reason or goal was to eliminate additional conflict points with the ramps on the north side of Clinton and keeping the shared use path on the south side of Clinton. All shared use paths that you see here throughout the documents are 10-foot in width. And I'll try to identify where we intrude on the buffer or the parkway width, but the standard 6-foot parkway has been implemented as well. There is one location where we do get a little bit tighter, and that's right on the north side of K10. And that is due to bridge grading, trying to grade down from the bridge and tie back in as quickly as we possibly can to help reduce costs and overall bridge length. That's the highlight of the multimodal improvements along Clinton. Chris might just open up if you have anything else to add there.
No, I think what we'll do is just go through these three, and then I think based on the commission's and we're going to need to discuss all three of these. I thought they had some good comments on the previous presentation, and I know they will have some good input here, but I would say go ahead and just go through all three, and then we'll open it up. Unless they can jump in anytime they want, but we'll come back to these after we give you a brief summary on all three locations. Yep. How about that, Jordan?
Sounds good. I will say all the roundabouts that you'll see through the plots are single lane roundabouts with varying widths to help with approach angles but the circulating lane width around the roundabouts are 16 feet, 16 to 20 feet, I should say. The bypass lanes that are utilized, and there's 3 for Clinton, for the westbound off ramp and the entrance ramp and the exit ramp, are really more of a queuing mitigation approach. So in order to avoid queuing of traffic approaching the roundabout to close proximity to the mainline freeway, providing this bypass lane helps vehicular traffic. As some of you mentioned earlier, single lane roundabouts do prove to be pretty safe for pedestrian and bicyclists that are using them. When you do introduce a bypass lane, that does hinder the safety aspect a little bit because those are typically free flow movements. So we've been working with the city on how best do we mitigate any potential safety issues with RFBs or flashing beacons or hawks or whatever type of traffic engineering mitigation strategy is preferred. So that will continue to develop as we move through final design. We have also talked about raised pavement or raised crossings, pedestrian crossings. And while none of the locations along Clinton itself have been identified, like David was mentioning, some of the lower speed, lower volume roadways are being talked about for those raised pedestrian crossings. So this is now Wakarusa Drive. And for kind of getting your bearings, north is to the right. So the project that Mr. Marburger was talking about, thank you for the presentation, John. I learned a lot. Would end here just to the north of Clinton. Per our discussion last week with the city, we do need to make updates here on what it looks like, the tie to the intersection in order to receive the right number of traffic lanes, through lanes and such from the improvements for the project to the north. And so we will work to incorporate those moving forward. Just kind of for information for everyone, Wakarusa Drive is assumed to be a 3-lane facility from Clinton to the roundabout here. One through lane in each direction with a shared turn lane down the middle. Out there today is 2 lanes, 1 lane in each direction. In this area of Wakarusa, there is a new sidewalk proposed on the west side to help provide connectivity to the Stoneback Ridge neighborhood. They currently don't have that access to the north unless they were to cross Wakarusa today. Along the east side of Wakarusa, there's a 10-foot shared use path that also is adjacent to a proposed bus staging area. I think this stretch of Wakarusa includes both bus routes 9 and 29. So I think there's some bus staging there that the buses can pull out of the through lane in order to stage trips. Continuing to the south, the shared use path is kept on the east side of Wakarusa, again to reduce the number of conflicts and avoid conflicts with the ramp traffic. This ties into the loop here with a Y configuration to help provide some easier traversability for bicyclists. There's been a couple of iterations of this interchange, and one result of those discussions is providing a single crossing point for Wakarusa. So this is a signalized intersection. This is a signalized intersection. So this ties to 27th Street. to the east, and this ties to 27th Street to the west. That takes you into the youth sports complex. And so both signalized intersections and trying to provide a single crossing point for the shared use path to get to the west side and continue on with the Lawrence Loop. One aspect of the design that we are working on is to provide better turn geometry for the shared use path, so bicyclists don't get to the other side and have to make a 90-degree turn, especially if there's a large platoon of bicycles. The shared use path then continues on the west side of Wakarusa, connects to the path through the park. This is a location of a raised crossing that we've discussed with the city. And that path is proposed to continue down to the south, again, staying on the west side to avoid conflict with the ramp traffic on the east. There is a future project. David can speak to it if he wishes, but that is a potential partnership with the city that would carry Wakarusa further across the Wakarusa River and connect into County Road 458 much further to the south. And so this is just a connection point. Sidewalk is also proposed. 6-foot sidewalk is proposed on the east side of Wakarusa from the roundabout to through K10 up into where it would rejoin the shared use path. I will say this stub out or tie-in point also is anticipating a southern park entrance in the future. Okay. Go to US 59. So north is back up on the screen. We just had to switch Wakarusa around to get better coverage. I'll come back to the north side of Wakarusa because there's some recent discussions that the city and KDOT have been having in terms of pedestrian accommodations on the north side of the westbound ramps. But a shared use path is proposed through the existing and newly constructed K10 bridge onto the south, and termination of this shared use path is still kind of up in the air. But what's currently understood is that we'll actually, instead of going all the way to the 1250 road intersection, we'll actually turn and stub this out kind of similar to the roadway in anticipation of future development in the southwest quadrant of the interchange. The bridges can accommodate a shared use path on the west side of US 59 or Iowa. That's currently not being constructed with the project, but it can be accommodated if the city or the county would like to move forward with that in the future. On the north side, the Lawrence Loop connection there, there's been a number of conversations about the number of accidents and safety issues at this particular location with the high volume of traffic, and particularly westbound exiting traffic going northbound and not seeing pedestrians or bicyclists. And I'll let David and Chris elaborate on this particular point a little bit more, but we are working with KDOT and the city to begin at least high-level analysis on accommodating a grade-separated pedestrian and bicycle crossing to make it more traversable, safer than what is out there today. And then there would be connections back into the sidewalk with the hotel and development to the north. So that takes us through most of the improvements that I wanted to touch on. And Chris, I don't know if you wanted to add anything to the north there on US 59 in Iowa in particular, or David as well.
Well, I don't. It's pretty early, and I know it's not funded, or that it's not in the budget, but at least we're talking about it. And hopefully we can get something partnered together there and get something built, hopefully with the SLT, but we don't know yet. But we're at least beginning the discussions and looking at it, somehow getting head bikes over, or maybe even under, who knows? But I think nothing's off the table. I think with that, Jordan, will turn it back over to David or Carol, because I think there'll be a lot of discussion and good input for at probably all three of these locations that we need to hear.
Yes.
Questions from the commissioners?
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. Carol, I'm wondering if it would be appropriate to have a quick, maybe 5-minute break. We've been going for about 2 hours at this point, and I have a feeling this will be a pretty significant discussion. So I'll leave it to your judgment, but just an idea.
This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. Carol, you're muted if you're speaking, but I'm comfortable with taking a break.
Mm-hmm. Let's do a 5-minute break. And return in a couple minutes to 9.
Sounds good.
Okay, break. We have 3 people still out.
We, Commissioner Bone, we're ready here when you're ready.
Okay, we're ready. I guess the others would just come in when they can. Questions and comments for Jordan or Chris?
Nick Kuzmiak, MMTC. All right, so this is going to come from a bit of a place of ignorance because, to be honest, I've not been following the development of the SLT expansion improvements particularly closely. So I'm looking at these 3 intersections, and the northernmost 2 look like they really need some help. They're not great intersections right now. They're pretty dangerous. I believe there's been a lot of crashes. The one at Iowa Street is less clear to me what the need was that we're solving with this new interchange, especially because the top end looks the exact same as it currently does. So was this insufficient to deal with traffic volume? Was the geometry bad? What was the, I guess, the impetus to redesign the interchange?
So you're absolutely right, Nick. The northern side is to tie in with the proposed project improvements. On the south side, the eastbound ramps is in an effort to consolidate intersections with planned development further south or in the southwest quadrant. And, so rather
Southeast,
than
southeast, buddy.
Thank you.
Southeast, Jordan.
Can't get my directions right. Southeast quadrant. So instead of having an intersection here and then a larger development with an intersection here immediately south, consolidate the intersection with the ramp and the future entrance to the development.
So are you then making available a parcel of land in between the new east end of the intersection and what was once the on-ramp, off-ramp? It's on-ramp.
I might let Chris handle that question. This area here, Chris.
Yeah. So whatever development goes there in the future, I think KDOT would be willing to consider. So there's 1250 Road that goes over to Baker Wetland Discovery Center.
Correct.
Yeah. So, you know, that road, I don't know, that's county city road, but our on-ramp there, that current on-ramp, KDOT would be willing to consider releasing that or selling it if we need enough right of way to maintain our highway, but that would be an area of excess right of way based on this layout. You know, how that goes in the future with whatever development. I don't know the development's layout. There's been a lot of interest and talk with development there, but I don't think anything's solid yet.
Yeah,
but
the most recent
just
one-
planning on knowing it's going to happen.
Port Buffington, MMTC. So I think maybe part of what you said that I might have missed in there also, not so much the land between 1250 Road and K10, but consolidating intersections. So if there's development south of 1250 down there, there's less intersections on 59.
Yeah, the way it was, the ramps would have been too close. It would have not functioned well. And they were pretty, you know, anyway, there's a big river there. So they were, it needed to be probably in that general area between the bridges of over, well, the bridges are just, those are bridges there, right?
Correct.
That tributary. So, yeah, so that's a natural barrier. So it was just, you know, we can make it work, and here's how we could. So that was the reason it was, development will go in there someday of some sort.
So I guess in that
Buffington
case,
again. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Nick.
I was just going to build off that point. So it sounds like then in that case, since this is unfunded currently, I think that's what you said, right? Then that's really not a problem because I don't know how familiar you are with the city's Plan 2040, but there's this whole idea that we're not going to be able to annex new city land and or develop it until there's like a really good reason to do so, because they're prioritizing infill at this time. The mechanisms to actually do that haven't really been set in place. So it's kind of all talk at this point, but it seems to me that there's kind of a lot of desire to not develop south of K10. So I guess I'm curious to see if this is in line with what city leaders are looking to do versus just what a couple of developers want to do. Because I mean, yeah, there's been 3 or 4 development proposals over the past 10 years, I think, that have all got shot down. So it almost seems like opening up to development is maybe at odds with what the city wants.
Mr. Cronin?
Yeah, Dave Cronin, city engineer. Yeah, at some point in the future, we'd anticipate that would develop. I know it's gone through some rezoning requests for commercial in the past. And this, the traffic studies for that developed this proposal here for the interchange and the ramps. And so it's there to serve development in the future if it's there to be served, if and when. So we want to make sure we're planning for the future, and that may be years down the line, but.
Court Buffington, forgive my ignorance, guys. How long does a design like this last? Like, because we're talking about, I realize that development down there is kind of a hot button topic, but it seems to me that a design like this and this infrastructure is going to be there for a long time. I mean, when I moved to Lawrence 18 years ago, I thought there'd never be a completed SLT either, and look at us now. So does this thing got enough legs under this design that if it's 15, 20 years out, that's still going to serve that development? And I realize you don't have a crystal ball, but I'm just trying to get an idea for how long a design like that is good for generally.
So in this project's case, we project our traffic models and operational analysis out to 2045 is the design horizon year. And that takes into account the Douglas County MPO's traffic demand model in coordination with KDOT's traffic demand model. And so that is assuming development is occurring in this area of Lawrence. So I think 2045 is the answer to your question in terms of where we project that to.
Thank you. And Court Buffington, again, if I am really happy to stick on this intersection if anyone else wants to talk about it, but I am more concerned about going west. But if anyone else wants to talk some more about this, I'd rather do all of this one first.
Let's move west.
Let's just go to Wakarusa.
Yep.
There you go, Jordan.
And I'll start the bidding here by saying that area is an absolute train wreck. You guys are magicians that you found a way to do this at all. And I don't have a whole lot about this one. I think that's, oh my gosh, that's a tough nut to crack. Anything at all on paper here that works looks pretty good to me. Others will probably have more concerns.
I don't have a concern. I was wondering why a 3-lane, I think I heard 3 lanes on Wakarusa. And I didn't see anywhere that the center lane was needed, except maybe the residential area.
Correct.
This is Dave
Go ahead,
Cronin. But before you answer, Joel, can I just remind everyone to state their name before speaking, please? Go ahead, Jordan.
Jordan Herbert with HNTV. So that third lane is mostly for the turn in at the residential areas to help continue flow into the in the through lanes north and south, and provide left turners a safe haven to turn. I will say, I would, if you would, just ignore this connection up here right now, because it does not align with what you just saw with John Marburger's presentation. And that's something we're working through with the city.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. Sorry, David. Is there enough width there to have kind of a refuge, a median, like we're doing north of Clinton Parkway?
Here? Right. You mean
on the 3-lane stretch?
Instead of having the third lane down the center?
No, more of a median where they don't need to turn, so that there's a little bit of a refuge for a car waiting to turn.
I see what you're saying.
You mean like up north where it's proposed, where there's a raised, curbed, turfed median, but then where we need to develop a left turn lane for cars, lay it flat, pave it, so more like a boulevard-y type of thing, like Castle to the south of Clinton Parkway, where there's raised median, but then where you need a left turn, that raised median stops and you've got a left turn lane. Is that what you're talking about?
Commissioner Bowen, yes.
Oh, yes. Sorry, Dave, I didn't say my name. I'll get better at that. Okay.
Jordan Herbert, HNTV. Yes, there is room. You would just be trading the continuous third lane for a median that you would open and close.
Any more comments or discussion there?
Court Buffington, MMTC. I'm going to say from a completely selfish personal standpoint, Dave, I can't wait to hear more in the coming years about how Wakarusa will keep going south.
Well, Dave Cronin, the engineer. Yeah, we have plans. We have a project in our capital improvement plan for design 2022 and construction 2024 to extend Wakarusa south to County Road 458. So that would be a joint city county shared project that's both in our CIP. So we're amongst a lot of things going on right now. We're getting ready to start discussing putting together an RFQ to get design and hopefully bid that with the KDOT project. So we get some good economies of scale. So we're working to partner on that. But yep, I agree. That will be a great connection for cyclists that bike south into the county now that Castle's closed. So I agree.
This is Commissioner Bryan. I'm just really curious about how the Wakarusa would go from a 4-lane road to a 3, essentially a 2 travel lanes for that section going toward the SLT. It just seems odd to me that you'd expect so little traffic to continue on its way to SLT.
Yeah, and we talked with the city about the preferred section through there, because the initial, and David, you can add into this, but the initial setup was the 2 lanes that are constructed out there were expected to be added on. They're pitched down to the east in the same direction, and assuming that in the future to the west, 2 more lanes would be widened. And I think what we were seeing through there is the traffic demand and the projections, a single lane in each direction functioned appropriately for that stretch of Wakarusa, given that most of the traffic being generated there is wanting to go, at least during the peak hour, rush hours, is wanting to go to K10.
So this is Commissioner Bryan again. I mean, right now people have to make that turn onto Clinton Parkway, then they get over to Castle, then they make their way to Iowa, and then they get on SLT. And I guess I'm just thinking people have to do a lot to get to SLT, and suddenly you've given them a real easy path, but then you've hampered them with a single lane. That just seems, just something about that doesn't make sense to me. There's a lot of people on the west side of town that are that get to the SLT that are trying to go to Johnson County, and this just seems like the most natural way to get there. But
there is.
Okay,
I'm
go
sorry,
on.
Chris Norton, KDOT. There is access there now. It's a traffic signal.
Yeah, it's just a nightmare to go through that route.
I agree.
So people
Gotcha.
avoid it. So
Gotcha.
Once you build it right, everybody's going to take this route to get to SLT. So anywhere now they're dispersing to avoid it. And once it's built well, I think people are going to take this. But if you underbuild it into a single lane, people are going to continue to take the other paths to get there. I just wonder why this wouldn't be a continuation of the same sort of road that's built, Clinton or Wakarusa north of Clinton Parkway.
Yeah. And
is there not enough right of way, or is there just not a belief that people would do it?
Chris Norton, KDOT, and I know, and David or Jordan might be able, because I don't know the specific numbers. And again, it is a model, but the traffic here versus just across the north side to Clinton on Wakarusa, there's a notable difference. I think we just learned currently, with the commissioner's insight, as people don't use this because they don't want to go to the signal. I know part of our analysis was, tubes on the ground and counting cars, but along in collaboration with the Lawrence MPO and KDOT's model, what are Jordan, I can't recall the projected or even the current traffic volumes here in relation to the north leg that John Marburger talked about.
Correct. So existing.
And I'm sorry if I put you on the spot.
No, that's okay. I'm just trying to do mental math right now. I have my the volumes up here on my screen, but the volumes in the peak hour that would be a through movement, which I think is this is Jordan Herbert with HNTBs, with which Commissioner Bryan was asking about today, would be about 400 vehicles. But I think you were wondering, which is significantly less than to the north, which is warranting that the two left turn lanes, even with the connection down to SLT being constructed. And as John Marburger noted, we see that demand for the two left turn lanes, even with the connection. So in 2045, the volumes that we're seeing there do grow substantially to about 500 in the peak hour, which the peak hour, rush hour, and it is in the highest number is in the PM, I believe. So 500 folks getting from Wakarusa to wanting to go on eastbound K10 in the peak hour. So that would be more than a single lane would be more than enough to handle that. The other thing that you would need to do as you approach the roundabout is more of a lane continuity thing, is that a single lane roundabout functions well with the amount of traffic that we're expecting. And a bypass lane is not needed to enter and go the westbound to K10. So you're left with the lane that you have to drop because it's not needed in terms of operational use along southbound Wakarusa to keep that single lane roundabout. That continues to function well. in our again, it is traffic modeling. I'm not a traffic modeler, so I give out caveats to that all the time, but it is the best tool we have to help interpret travel demand and future development and what we're seeing potential use and operations will be.
So I'm sorry. Go ahead, David.
Oh, sorry. This is Dave Cronin, city engineer. I would add that, Jordan, don't we widen out to have 2 through lanes once we get to the signalized intersections at 27th? And yeah, so for capacity at the signalized intersections, we need the more throughput or the 2 lanes. So I think when we were looking at the traffic volumes that was done with the study of the configuration, that was the 2045 projections, it was adequate for this configuration. So
correct.
Yep.
Yeah, Jordan Herbert, HNTB. It's once you bring on the westbound K10 traffic going south, you need that second lane going southbound.
This is Commissioner Bryan again. Can you just show me, just use your mouse and show me how someone's going to go south on Wakarusa and then get onto K10?
Sure. So if they're going westbound, they'll be coming south into the roundabout and exit and go west. If they're going eastbound, they'll go south, continue through the roundabout, continue south, signalized, continue south, go through the roundabout onto the east.
All right, so it's 2 lanes once they cross, even for the southbound going to the east.
Correct.
What's feeding that volume? I mean, what justifies the volume to have 2 lanes there, but not?
So the biggest volume, the 2-lane creator here in this stretch is the westbound off-ramp getting to the park. So that's the 2 lanes that you see there. And then the 2 lanes continue, and one is actually dropped at the entrance to the south, or the anticipated southern park entrance.
So that's really not a lane. It's just a way to keep people from having to merge into traffic.
Yeah, it's a lane continuity thing. Yeah.
Chris Norton, KDOT. Yeah, that free right and development of an additional lane, go back north there, Jordan. That's kind of a short off ramp there, westbound off ramp with a decel lane across the bridge. But that free right, especially during events, really helped minimize the queuing of to literally backing potentially up onto K10. That really helped.
The bypass lane right here.
Yeah.
Carol Bowen, Commissioner. Where was it that we had all the controversy last spring?
On the west side of the park.
Hey, Dave Cronin, the engineer, you're talking about the 27th Street Road extension. Yep, that's that. That project is no longer going forward. So when this interchange is built, that will alleviate the congestion issues we have now. They're getting on and off or getting across K10 with the signal. So
this is Commissioner Baltuska, MMTC. Could you just describe how one traveling on the Lawrence Loop, how many lanes of traffic they're crossing over at each point to continue onward on the loop?
So if you're Jordan Herbert, HNTB, if you're coming from the loop and wanting to go to the park to connect to the other side of the loop, you would cross in a single point Wakarusa, and that would be 4 lanes of traffic. And then as you're continuing south, you would cross a lane in each direction. This is Spiker Road that feeds residential properties in the softball complex up to the north. So that is 2 more lanes to connect. So what's different than what's out there today is you still are crossing Spiker, but the biggest change is you will no longer be crossing K10. You will be crossing Wakarusa instead.
Fort Buffington MMTC, that cross on Wakarusa, is that a signaled intersection?
Yes. Jordan Herbert HMTV. Yes. And this is again Jordan Herbert with HMTV. One thing that working with Dave and his team with the city is, as we get into more detailed design, like specific signal phases and things like that, there's some discussion on having a specific dedicated phase to that signal potentially because of some of the platooning that you see with the large bicycle groups. Bicyclists to help provide a little bit more time to cross, but still in development, still in coordination to see if that's needed.
This is Commissioner Bryan. I know you mentioned the possibility of getting rid of some of those sharp angles. I would concur with every effort to make that possible. I think that'll be really difficult, especially that 90-degree right when you finish crossing the street.
Jordan Herbert with HMTV. Yeah, that one was identified by the city and rightfully so. It's a tight turn. Just so for background, we're fighting grading in the bridge area, trying to make that bridge as short as possible as well in terms of overall length. But I think there's some ways that we can help address that.
Hey, Kuzmiak, MMTC. So I've heard rumblings that there is some neighborhood opposition to this general intersection redesign. I didn't see any in the agenda packet, so it must not be particularly official yet, but in your guys' engagement so far, what concerns have you heard? And I guess if there are any, how have those been addressed?
Chris, do you want to start with that?
Chris Norton, KDOT, and you can, Jordan, you can highlight the neighborhood when I say Stoneback with your cursor. That's the Stoneback neighborhood. We met with all of them on August 9th at the Baker. Well, first of all, the public hearing, which was in May. We had a virtual public hearing one day and then an in-person public hearing at Baker Discovery Center. And that's where several had understood and that this is the way Wakarusa will look. And certainly the green triangle that you see there right at the roundabout, with it is pretty full of trees and vegetation. That is owned by the Corps. And we've worked and coordinated with the Corps to be able to acquire that triangle. There's the Southern Star distribution complex there that we will avoid and miss, and that will be able to remain. But certainly the reduction of green space, buffer space, the wildlife that lives in there, and certainly noise. Noise is a concern for a lot of the SLT, and KDOT is currently updating our noise policy that will be, I think, more, I'm optimistic it will result in more noise walls being feasible and reasonable compared to our existing current policy that we utilized on this one, the current policy. And that's in the NEPA document. That's part of the record of decision. But KDOT has coordinated the updating of our noise policy, and FHWA sees it as a positive change, and we will be able to reanalyze K10 SLT with that. And it probably will result in noise walls at some locations. They had a lot of concerns about the softball complex, light pollution from there, light pollution with a new interchange and a roundabout. And those are the main things I took from, from their concerns. It's not a direct impact to them. There won't be any right-of-way acquisition, but they are, those south tier homes that have a kind of a natural buffer between them and K10. That was the main concern I took away from it. And we are, zoom in there, Jordan, please. We are going to be looking at minimizing our footprint through there. It's going to look like that, but if we can do some things to that on-ramp with a barrier, a concrete barrier, that will allow us to use steeper slopes. And we're looking at ways we can facilitate drainage without utilizing big, wide, deep ditches that would remove a lot of trees. Looking at ways we can try to keep some line of trees in there that would separate them from, visibly at least, from the ramp. Whether a noise wall will be here or not, we haven't analyzed that yet, but even if one is, it goes to the neighborhood for a vote. I would suspect if one was, I've heard at the 2 meetings we've had with them now, we went to one of their meetings. We were invited to the September 23rd meeting at Southwest Junior or Middle School. And Commissioner Larson, Commissioner Vice Mayor Shipley were there, along with the county commissioner as well, Tom Holland and Representative Amix. Some people don't like noise walls, so we will see if one is feasible and reasonable here. Our noise policy has a certain criteria that the neighbors have to vote on it. A lot of times in residential neighborhoods, I would suspect they would want a noise wall. Sometimes people don't. So anyway, that's getting out of the multimodal. But yes, there has been some concerns from some, especially primarily the Stoneback area right there.
Excuse me. Oh, I was just going to say, thank you for the explanation. And it sounds like in general, the only thing that would change for the worse would be potentially getting rid of that tree buffer, whereas everything else currently exists. The softball complex is there. There is no wall or vegetation between the SLT and the development. So sounds like it'd actually be making people's lives better generally because of the increased traffic efficiency. But I mean, it sounds like you guys have been pretty good about hearing out the concerns, doing your best to address them, leaving a tree line if you gotta. I have a feeling the rest of those trees are probably going to have to go for good just because of the sight lines for the curves. Because it's a sharp enough turn that you don't want to be surprised when you go around and find a whole line of car stops. So, I mean, that seems understandable. And I'll be curious to see how the noise walls turn out. Having grown up pretty much next to one for 18 years, it's fine. It works, good enough. So we'll see. Thanks for the explanation there.
Jordan Herbert, HNTB. I will add one of their some, not just this neighborhood, but general questions we've gotten are maintenance of traffic during construction and maintaining access. And we will continue to have public engagement opportunities moving forward throughout design to talk about some of those things as well.
Move on.
Court Buffington, MMTC. I'm going to do what I think it was Commissioner Bryan did. I think it was him a few minutes ago and ask you, because I have having a hard time following some of the picture here. Can you show me how someone coming south on the loop from up by Bob Billings Parkway coming down south would get, from there would get over to the lake?
Jordan Herbert, HNTB. They'd follow the realigned loop alignment down past the neighborhood here, and then they would cross on the east side of on the northeast side of the eastern roundabout, continue, cross the ramp, and continue on to the west.
Court Buffington again. I count that as 6 lanes of traffic with nothing to slow it down other than the presence of the roundabout.
Jordan Herbert, HNTV, correct. 6 lanes of traffic, and you're right. Right now, we're working with especially for the bypass lanes, because those are again free flow movement. What sort of flashing beacons or other devices can we, working with the city and KDOT, implement to help draw attention to those crossing maneuvers? These locations are preliminary in terms of crossing. Is there a more advantageous one? But the safe havens and the medians are really beneficial as people try to cross those. Instead of just a kind of a sea of pavement. This particular crossing is one of the more challenging because you do have to at some point cross a ramp, and whether that's on the north side or the south side, and working with the city and KDOT, moving and putting this shared use path on the south side eliminated another potential conflict point with ramp traffic on the western side. So not that you couldn't cross it here, but once you cross it, you can keep it to the south.
Court, this is Chris Norton with KDOT. I wonder, I'm not knowledgeable as the commissioners here, but look at that existing Lake Point roundabout, the existing one. It's hard. There's two crossings there, one on either side of the roundabout. I wonder if, and now go back to I wonder, I don't know the distance here, hundreds of feet. See that existing proposed crossing you have there, Jordan? Taking that further east to the west side of the Lake Point roundabout and crossing them there. I mean, they'd have to backtrack, but that's single lanes right there. I don't know, just thinking out loud.
Jordan Herbert with HNTB. Chris and David can add on this, but I think the plan is to provide those crossings at Lake Point, regardless of if there's a crossing here or not, to help provide that connectivity to the north and south of Clinton, kind of what's out there today.
Yeah.
I think
Chris Norton with KDOT that would remove. I mean, maybe we should remove that one. And I don't know.
Buffington MMTC. Speaking personally, I would much rather backtrack a little bit more and not be crossing 6 lanes of traffic with 2 bypass lanes. So, hey, it'd be great if we had both of them. And thank you, Jordan. That was a bear to explain where all that goes, and I got it now. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Bryan. I'm just wondering why you couldn't cross further to the west and then cross again. I don't have my arrow, but I can't move the arrow like you guys can. Like really just cross that 1 lane of traffic and then you have 2 other lanes to get to the south side. So it'd be a total of only 3 lanes.
So you would, Jordan Herbert HNTV, you would cross here.
No, even further to the west.
Oh,
I mean, I'm
here.
thinking about the user who's going to come down and then have to go all the way over here just to make a little, and they're going to end up crossing more lanes if they go all the way to the east. So have them cross further west and then closer to where that bridge is, cross again twice. Total of 3 things they cross.
Jordan Herbert with HNTB. I think Commissioner Bryan, you're talking about crossing somewhere over here and taking them down and crossing in. I'd recommend that wouldn't, if that were to take place, that I would highly recommend that wouldn't be an at-grade crossing, given it's an entrance ramp onto westbound K10.
Okay.
And yeah, it may not be easy to see the connectivity up here. Just because people would be accelerating and would even more so. Yeah.
Court Buffington, MMTC. Okay. 2 crazy questions for everybody. Dave, you get to come back on too. Is there, I have no clue. Is there any feasibility of doing a below grade crossing there, a tunnel or something under that ramp? Because I know oftentimes, when it involves you folks at KDOT, that's a lot different than what's a city road and what we can and can't do. I've been almost getting killed at one of those ramps off K10 down there for years, and I'm told it could be another 5 before we can get a gallon of green paint down there. And for the city, maybe Dave, do you know? And I'm only asking because I had no idea about Wakarusa south to 458. Is there any plans at all on the horizon about taking, I believe it was 900 Road up north back to connect in with Bob Billings Parkway?
Yeah, Dave Cronin, city engineer. That's being discussed. 900 Road there. That road is a future, it's a future minor arterial from the eastbound ramp roundabout there to the south up to about there. Yep. And then there's a future collector road that will connect at some point through to Bob Billings, and that may be something that's constructed. Well, there will be a access road constructed for temporary access during construction for maintenance of traffic, and that may serve as a future collector street for development. So that's a good question, timely question. We're having conversations with KDOT and the landowner about where that could be to serve development in the future. And we still need to have more conversations on how East 900 connects up along K10 through there. So yes, we see the street can at some point connecting in the future, and with that, more multimodal connections as well. And I apologize if there was another question. Did you have another question, Commissioner Buffington?
Court Buffington, yes. I asked about the feasibility of potentially where Commissioner Bryan was talking about crossing the ramp, whether how feasible it would be to do an underpass like the tunnels that go under Bob Billings and 6th Street to go underneath that ramp to get down there and avoid some of the grade crossings up there at the roundabout.
Chris, Jordan, you want to take a shot at that?
This is Chris Norton with KDOT. Jordan, we're going uphill here from the roundabout, right? We're going up to the west. How much fill do you have in there? I'm just asking. You don't know. That's
Jordan
okay.
Herbert HNTV. I don't know the exact quantity, but
no, I was talking height. But
height,
I don't know if
it is tight right here.
Certainly.
with the, just proximity to the existing residential areas.
Yeah.
If you were looking at a crossing, you might do it somewhere where you have a little bit more room that you could come out the other side, and then
Yeah.
have additional crossings. But right in here where you're talking about, it's pretty tight to try and get the vertical.
Right. And I don't even know if we have enough height, but in terms of the new height to fill, what are those pedestrians? They're a 12-foot span by 10-foot high box. I think that's what we put in at Bobby B.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. So
Port Buffington, MMTC. I got no PE stamp, and I'm a totally different kind of engineer, but I ride through there at least 4 times a week. And yeah, now that you mention it, to get to be able to do that, you'd have to be so far up there. There would be a whole bunch of lanes of K-12 to go under.
well, and right now K10 is going to be pretty high there at the bridges, but then we're coming down pretty quick to minimize impacts, and so that means that ramp is not going to be with a lot of fill, because K10 will have come down by then to minimize property impacts.
Right.
Are there more questions?
Port Buffington, I'll just make a final comment and say thanks for riding through that with me, guys. I realize you do this for a living, and you've probably looked at every possible way to do that 7 times, and nothing I brought up hadn't already been looked at. I appreciate it.
Well, Chris Norton, KDOT, I would say this. Now, Jordan's different than me, but I'm a highway designer, and so sometimes, right or wrong, ped bike or secondary, but they shouldn't be, especially on a facility like this. So I think even Jordan appreciates what you guys are experts at, which is bike ped accommodation and safety. So I think the phone lines will be open continuing through final design, with either you getting with Dave if you have ideas that just didn't come up tonight. But yeah, thank you as well.
Any questions from the audience? Michael?
Hi, yes, this is Michael Allman with Sustainability Action Network. Very great discussion, particularly this most recent discussion about bicyclists on the loop crossing 6 lanes of somewhat rapid high-speed traffic in the bypass lanes particularly. I would say that as a bicycle advocacy organization, we would really request very strongly that KDOT comes up with some way to do not a grade crossing. It's just creating grade crossings here. You're just going to be replicating the nightmare that we have at 27th Street right now, where people have been killed. And I want to point out that as far as the loop goes, it's pretty popular right now, but once it's completed, which is going to be probably before this is completed, I'm thinking, it's going to be extremely popular. And if you're familiar at all with bicyclists, the performance bicyclists, the road bicyclists that are like on 458 highway just south of here, or any county road, any major bikeway like this, bicyclists very often ride in clusters of 15, 20, 25 at a time. So when you're thinking about crossing 6 lanes here, you're thinking maybe of one bicyclist standing there waiting and going lane by lane to refuge to refuge. No, there's there's going to be times when there's going to be a huge backlog. Talk about backlogs. So keep that in mind. I think something that's not a grade crossing is essential here. I'd also like to point out that you heard the discussion earlier, how we're looking, at least I am and several commissioners, favorably on a one-way cycle track and sidewalk combination, essentially a shared use path that separates the modes. I would hope you would consider that kind of a shared use separated mode between bicyclists and pedestrians, and any 10-footer, and it actually be 12-foot wide based on the discussion earlier this evening. That's a dramatic improvement over a simple shared use path, particularly when this loop is going to become so much more popular. There's going to be a lot of conflicts and collisions between pedestrians and bicyclists. So separate the modes, please. And a final comment, I really appreciate Commissioner Kuzmiak fleshing out the honest answer to why there's a folded diamond interchange at Iowa Street. I think that's what it's called, with 6 lanes on the off-ramp, 6 lanes. Well, it came out tonight very clearly. It has nothing to do with improving the functionality of that interchange. It has nothing to do with safety. It has nothing to do with bicycles or pedestrians. It's purely to accommodate some private developers who have had 5 proposals so far, all 5 of which they've lost. There's rezoning requests. All 5 they've lost. There was a lawsuit they brought. They backed out of the lawsuit. The city and the county and the Horizon 2020 plan basically is not in favor of a development there, particularly if it's in the wetlands and the 100-year floodplain. This design is absolutely, I mean, it's going to be taxpayer paid for what? Not for anything of public benefit, but for a private developer. That's uncalled for. And if at the very least, don't build it now. Wait until there may be a viable development, which I think will never happen, but wait until that comes before you build this. So that I would appreciate you taking that into consideration too. Thank you.
Any other comments? Back to the commission. Any commissioner comments? Any final thoughts?
Fort Buffington, way too many times tonight. Thank you guys. Thanks for coming here and presenting. And you had to wait a long time to do it, and you had to answer a lot of questions. I appreciate your patience.
Thank you.
Okay, can we move on to staff items?
Yes, Dave Cronin, city engineer. Don't have anything for staff items tonight. We have several updates under commission items if you want to move on to that.
Any comments on PTAC? Who's our PTAC rep?
Well, it used to be me, but I feel like Gregory gave the update last time, and I may not be the worst thing to have him do it again.
We had our first meeting, Gregory at MMTC, we had our first meeting about a week and a half ago, set up our organization, and looks like Nick will be our chair for that particular commission, which is great. We started to have the conversation about the equity issues to which pedestrians need to be included. But for most, it was our first meeting just to really understand what the goal of the commission is. So as we move forward, we'll probably have more updates on kind of the meat of the process.
And Dave Cronin, city engineer, that's the pedestrian plan steering committee update, just to be clear, right?
Yes, it is. It is that update.
Okay, anyone go to PTAC?
I'm going to try to refresh myself. Sorry, I didn't prepare very well for this. So sorry, Gregory, that's kind of why I threw you under the bus, because figuratively speaking, because all of a sudden, like, what did we talk about last time? So you may have to get back to me in a few minutes, and I'll let you know. It's been about a month. Our next meeting is next week, so let's see.
It's okay to have no update.
Yeah, it's not a great update, honestly. I mean, it was mostly just interim stuff, so probably best stuff. Moving on.
Mhm. The Pedestrian Plan Steering Committee, I did not make the meeting. However, I did watch the video, and pretty much they're still working on route redesign. Board Review and Performance Measure Committee. I don't even know what that is.
I'll make an update on that. That was the committee that we created at the last meeting. Oh, this is Commissioner Bryan. And Chair Colette met with Jessica Morninger, and I wasn't able to attend the meeting. They have planned to schedule another meeting. So there's really nothing to update, but they did attempt to have one meeting with 3 of us. And I'm not sure if Commissioner Evans accepted his appointment to that committee. So he was the 3rd commissioner that was going to be on the committee.
Any other commission items, comments?
This is Commissioner Bryan. I just in the course of our discussions tonight, I was looking at the MMTC map, the interactive map, and there's just a couple items that I emailed Dave and Jessica about. I just think that as we are getting comfortable using that map and we find things that are missing or things we might want to see there, I guess I'm looking for, like, what's the process? Is it just send an email, or do we need to discuss it here? I just wanted to get transit stop data on there and traffic control data, like signalized intersections, stop signs, that sort of thing. The other thing that came to mind in a separate thread in my mind was speed data. I know, arterials are the fastest routes through town, but I'm just thinking, how do we find all that in one place? And it'd be nice if it was available on that MMTC map. So I guess my question to staff is, what's the process for us to add more layers to that? Is it just a simple email, or does it need to go through some other process?
Yeah, this is Dave Cronin, city engineer. It's a simple email.
Okay.
If we have the data, it's out there, and it's just a matter of linking it to the map.
Okay. I appreciate that.
Yep.
Any other closing comments? I did have my usual list, but it's late. So I just have one comment. There was a 9-year-old boy hit on Massachusetts Street near Cordley School last week. We have more work to do. Okay, the calendar. David?
Yes, Dave Cronin, city engineer. Calendar. Our next meeting is November the 1st. We have not identified the study session topic yet, but regular meeting, the Lawrence Loop, Michigan to Sandra Shaw plans are on there. The 2022 CIP projects and the 2022 street maintenance plan. And we're bringing both of those 2 items, the 2022 projects and plan, a little earlier than we have in previous years to try to get feedback on those sooner. So now that the CIP has been approved and the budget for next year, we have our list of upcoming projects, and we'll be going over those at next month's meeting.
This Commissioner Bryan, are you looking for ideas for study session topics, or, I mean, you said that's empty on both of those, November and December.
Dave Cronin, the engineer. We will take study session topics whenever we can get them. So if you have something that you would like to see.
Well, I think it was last meeting. Michael Allman had raised some questions for us around policies related to bicycling. And one that caught my attention was the bicycle yield policy. He had reminded us that some of the city commissioners had expressed some interest in, the Idaho stop. And I guess I'd like to know more about that and what's feasible in Kansas. If it's preempted by state law, then it'd be useful to know that. But I guess I'd like to have some more understanding of what can we do locally around bicycle policies like that. I think a lot of people just assume that if there's no traffic coming, they can go ahead and ride right on through. I think that creates maybe some tension around cyclist behaviors and motorists. So I don't know. I think that would be worth having some discussion. May not be a full hour, but.
Kuzmiak, MMTC. Charlie, I'm glad you brought that up because one of the ideas I've been tossing around also with Michael Allman is the idea of policies, like specific policies or ordinances or something like that, that we as MMTC can try to pursue. And the Idaho stop is a really good example of that. So I was considering proposing kind of a slate of things that we've tossed around over the years and see if there's maybe some sort of action plan we can create based on how seriously we'd like to pursue some of these and maybe how we would start to direct staff if there's enough interest on the commission. So I don't know, just an idea. Carol, I'll send you and Dave an email, and Pat, of course, on that idea.
Okay. Any other input?
Yeah, this is Dave Cronin, the engineer. We can provide some background on that at the study session. I know that was brought up with the bikeway plan. There was a discussion on the Idaho stop, and that was reviewed. And so I think with that bikeway plan update that the MPO did, we had a discussion on it and was kind of at that time when we went through that planning process, decided it would be better to work towards that with the state being a something that would be more, I guess, more widespread than just Lawrence. So we can provide some history on the previous conversations on that topic, because I know there's been a few questions on it.
Anything else? Can I have a motion to adjourn?
This is Commissioner
Please.
Bryan, so moved.
Second?
Nick Kuzmiak, I'll second that.
Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.
Raise your hand if you're supportive of that. All right. Thank you. Good night, everyone. It's late.
Thanks.
Bye. Meeting adjourned.